Excuse me. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the planning board meeting for February 6, 2024. My name is Carrie Marnick, Chair of the Planning Board. Before we get started, I have a few announcements to read. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency signed into law on March 29, 2023. All members of the Planning Board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The act allows the Planning Board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting may feature public comment. Confirming that board members and persons anticipated on the agenda are remotely present. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Bill Pierce.
Here.
Anthony Zaitin.
Here.
Steph, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Lori Connors.
Here.
Great. Ground rules for the meeting. For presenters and applicants on the agenda, the chair will invite each speaker or applicant on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to their application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by a roll call vote. For public comment by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note party or phone number will be visible to those of you in the meeting. By Zoom, click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. Chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each by name and afford approximately 3 minutes for any comments. And no executive session. So with that, we'll get started with the agenda. Let's see, do we have Amy in the audience? We do.
I do see her in the attendees section.
All right, I'm just going to bring her in as a panelist. Hi, Amy, can you hear us?
I can. I don't know why I can't join.
No problem. Well, we can hear you and now we can see you. So we can hear, I guess you don't have to respond in the affirmative because we can hear you okay. We are moving on to the first part of our agenda, which is an interview with Mark McMenemy regarding Design Review Committee application. As the chair of the committee, Amy, do you want to set the stage a little bit for this in terms of the role that Mark is interviewing for and what that entails?
I'm sure. I'm just trying to get myself together because I've been trying to log in.
No problem. And Mark, welcome. Thanks for joining tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I've been trying for 10 minutes to log in.
Okay.
So design review is appointed by the planning board, and we meet once a month, sometimes twice a month when needed. And let's see, we go over all site plans that come before the boards, and we're changing the breakdown of the design review board this year at town meeting if it gets approved. But we're looking for people with backgrounds in landscaping, civil engineering, architecture, and anything along those lines. Sorry.
Okay, and is there a specific role that Mark's application would fill? Is it the resident at large? Is it the?
It'd be resident at large, but Mark, can you go into your background? I think you have design background.
Yeah, I've actually been a design engineer for many years, doing product development and things like that, though. So totally not related to architecture, but the skill set is very similar. In fact, the way we would evaluate design criteria and and score it is very similar to what you guys do when you're looking at plans for a building or something to be built in town. So I think there's direct carryover there. In fact, I've been going through the design guidelines and figuring out a way to put a score onto different features so that people can have a more objective evaluation of their projects. So it's not just, people trying to put their finger on what they don't like about the design. We can actually say specifically where it scores poorly and then what you do in that case to make improvement.
Interesting. Okay. Do board members have questions for Mark? I guess to get him started and so he doesn't have to go down every single component of his application here, or questions for Mark?
I guess I
Here's
would
my
just
main
ask them
question.
oh,
Oops, sorry.
I was gonna
Would
say,
be
ahead.
8:30 in the morning Thursday is when we meet, and I just want to make sure that would work for you.
Well, I have a lot of time on my hands. I'm retired. 8:30 is not too early, but I should be able to be there.
Okay, thanks. Anthony, sorry I
Oh,
interrupted
that's
you.
all right. So I was just gonna ask, what motivated you to, apply for this position or role?
I think I made the mistake of watching a couple of meetings and seeing how they went and where a great deal of time was spent. I watched the fire station meeting, the Maple Street building, and then there's a warehouse or a factory down on Whitney Street that I watched. I got a little frustrated just because um, the subjectiveness of it all. I could clearly see problems with the designs and could point them out and tell you the technical reason as to why, but I don't think anybody else could. And then when I started looking through the design guidelines, Northborough actually has a decent set. Only 20 towns in Massachusetts have design guidelines, and I'd say ours are in the top 5. But I don't think we go by them, or really, there's some contradictions in them too that have been a series of revisions over the years. So I felt like that needs to be fixed, and I can do it fairly easily, I think.
Thanks.
That's what we all say, Mark.
I know. I've had good luck though.
Other questions from the board?
I just have one comment. So I worked with Mark on the traffic safety when we were building out the traffic safety committee. And he was very helpful and very knowledgeable, especially when it came to when we were starting to do some of the spreadsheets and stuff in that. So I, for one, support you. Thank you, Mark, for stepping up. I appreciate it, and look forward to working with you.
All right. Thank you.
I too, actually, when I read over your resume, I thought it would be great when you talked about a report card. I picture that like a rubric, and I think it would be helpful. And we always look forward to new ideas.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an evolutionary process. I'm going to suggest what I've come up with so far, but I'm sure there's a lot of stuff I have never been exposed to that, Laurie's going to have input on, and the people with experience on the team.
So questions from me. We're obviously going through this downtown revitalization. We're really heavily focused on downtown. We have a couple of big projects coming up, White Cliffs, Fire Station, things like that. What do you envision for Northborough when you think about that design look and feel? I mean, I know obviously we have our design guidelines, but when you think of Northborough and what that look is and what you'd like to see either continue or not continue, any thoughts there on the overall as it relates to Northborough?
Well, I say I hate to be subjective on it, but I basically would like to see the town shift to a place I would actually like to go to downtown. I pretty much drive around downtown when I'm on my way to Westboro or Hudson or something like that. Doesn't really have the appeal of a lot of the surrounding towns do. So I would like to see it improve aesthetically, or just have things to do downtown. So brought up the White Cliffs. You probably know I've been behind a lot of the planning for what we could potentially do there as a preservation society. I think that's well known. My plans are available on that. If you haven't seen them, look into them on the Facebook page.
Mhm.
I think I've had some input onto the fire station, different things like that. I'm looking forward to actually helping with that, because I think that's something that's 95% done and could easily be 100% done with just a few tweaks.
Sometimes I guess we have this back and forth between like, do we want to look like an old New England town? Do we want to look modern? Do we want to like, is there any, where do you lie in that spectrum of whether, we're the modern or New England charm or anything like that?
Well, that's one thing we're reading through the other towns' design guidelines. I've noticed they kind of do define that. A lot of towns will say that our heyday was 1820 to 1840. So something that complements that period would automatically be approved. Anything colonial automatically gets approved because of our heritage. I think probably if we're to define Northborough's heyday, it would probably be between 1850 and 1910. That's when it seems where the nice buildings were built. So anything that accentuates that would be good. I mean, we have an agricultural background, not a lot of industry. I mean, other than small wooden buildings. So I don't like the idea of converting it into something that looks like an old mill town because that just wasn't its background. But quality when you see it, and if somebody wants to do a modern building that really appeals to the eye and to the people and the function, then I'm all for it. Northborough is a bit eclectic.
What is your do you have a favorite building in town, a building that you really like, and also a building you really don't like? Not to offend anybody. You don't have to, just the design.
Well, I get, the old bank downtown, the little brick building. That is such a simple building, but it really does capture a lot of architectural characteristics in, such a simple building. I've never been a fan of the old town hall or West Main Street. It's okay, but it kind of locked in on a period. I mean, I don't know why it's in the middle of the road. It really screws up traffic.
Mhm.
Of course, well, I don't want to say the names of the companies or anything, but things that look like square blocks made out of, concrete blocks that resemble shoe boxes and things like that probably are a bit outdated. Wouldn't mind seeing them updated or replaced. Of course, gas stations. Nobody likes the gas stations. I think, well, and I'm not going to get into the fire department. I
Probably safe,
I'll stop here.
right? A loaded question.
Yeah.
Additional board questions? Laura, any questions from you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Mark,
It
anything,
should be an application.
any additional information you'd like to give that you did not put on your application that you think we should know?
No, I think you probably know enough. So,
Any questions we can answer for you about the process or how the design review committee works with the different boards or anything like that?
no, I have a ton of questions for the your board, but not design review. And I'm definitely not going to go there.
Okay. All right. Well, then, if there are no further questions, what we'll do is we do have a joint meeting with the ZBA, and then after that, we'll probably just talk through a little bit, and then the planning board takes a vote, and we'll be back in touch. Amy, when is the next design review meeting?
Thursday.
Oh, this Thursday?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that would be short notice. So I guess, Mark, if you were selected, then hopefully you could come Thursday, but if that's too short a notice.
Yeah,
that's
well, knowing the guys that are on that board already, I think they're probably going to make me.
okay. Okay. And what's on the agenda for Thursday, Amy?
We're going through the sign guidelines and the sign bylaw.
Okay.
But there are going to be sign guidelines to go along with the sign bylaw to be added into the design review guidelines because we have different aspects, as Mark knows, because he just read it. But there's no guidelines for the types of signs.
Okay, so no hearings this week. It's just
No. And I
we're
think the
not
next
hearing.
right, there's no applications in front of us.
Okay. All right. Well, great. Well, Mark, I really appreciate you coming in. If anything comes up or you have any questions, feel free to reach out to anyone, or me directly or the board. You're more welcome to reach out and ask, or Lori, of course, as the planner. Otherwise, I really appreciate your interest and involvement.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Thanks, Mark.
Bye.
Okay, so why don't we bring in the ZBA members and we'll shift over to our bylaws.
So Carrie, I can see Jeff Grabowski. We have Paul, of course, and Bob Frederico. They're all in the attendees.
All right, so we're missing some, are some coming just at a certain time, or, well, we can ask Paul, I suppose.
I wonder if they think it's at 7. No idea though.
Is Paul over yet? No. Hmm. For some reason, I can't bring Paul over. Oh, and are you able to bring Paul? There he is. Okay. All right, so welcome, Paul, Jeff, and hello, Bob.
Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can't see you though, but that's okay.
Yep.
There you
There we
are.
Folks.
We can see Bob now. Do you know if the rest of the ZBA members are coming at a specific time, or?
That I don't know. I think we had discussed the time of this meeting, but I can certainly say.
I just texted Fran. I did see her yesterday, so I do anticipate her to join us, but I wonder if maybe she thought we had a 7 o'clock start.
Okay, so Fran, we're missing Susie and Mark. And I suppose for quorum, we just need one more. Well, does it matter? I guess but I mean, it's not fair to, we'll give a couple minutes. So Paul, while you do that, do you mind if we just approve some of our minutes?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so why don't we quickly go through the minutes? There were a couple of amendments suggested to the minutes. Did we have, I thought December 19th we already did. Did we not do them? I guess not, if they're on here.
Maybe somebody didn't review the December 19th, so we held them over.
Hmm. Um,
So I did send out a combo. So 2 of you had suggested changes on January 16th. So I
Yes,
did a
saw that.
version that combined your comments together. And you should have that.
Yep, so I have the 2nd and the 16th, but I didn't think, did everyone look at the December 19th minutes?
No, I only had January's too. So maybe we did do those and it got.
I think we
I
did,
can try to
though.
search, see if they've been uploaded.
That would be weird. We wouldn't have done that in January. I thought we were all caught up. All right, in the meantime, there were no amendments made to the January 2nd minutes, so did everyone have a chance to read January 2nd?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
any amendments to the January 2nd minutes?
I thought I made little amendments to both of them.
Yeah, I sent out the amendments to the January 2nd one.
Oh, okay.
And then I sent out the combined amendments that had your comments
on the
and Carrie's
16th.
on the
Okay.
16th.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, I have the 2nd here. It's just, I see it's like a paragraph and a sentence.
Yeah, wasn't a
Does
lot.
anyone have any additional amendments to January 2nd? Okay, is there a motion to accept January 2nd minutes as amended?
So moved.
Second,
Second,
all in favor, Bill,
Aye.
Anthony,
aye.
Amy,
Aye.
carries an aye. Did everyone have a chance to look at the combined amended minutes for our January 16th?
Yep.
Okay, any further amendments? Okay, motion to accept the January 16th minutes as amended.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Bill,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
there's an aye. Okay, and then December, I guess, remains a little bit of a mystery.
They haven't been uploaded yet, so maybe we haven't
Well,
done them.
I was looking at the meeting minutes from the 2 January meetings, and there's no record that you voted to approve those December minutes.
Okay,
I'll have to go back and look to see if we got them. Like, I think I only worked on the 2, but we might have worked on December's earlier.
But we only had the meeting after December 19th was January 2nd. So there were no minutes approved at either of those meetings.
okay, so maybe we'll have to just, so yeah, actually, Lori, there was something weird. You attached something, the file was called December 19th, but it was the warrant articles when I opened the file. So I never considered that to be the minutes. If you go back to your email on, let's see, when was that? Did everyone else have that experience from Thursday, February 1st at 1:25? You attached what was the file name was 12/19/23, and then I clicked to open it and it was 12/19/23 draft of the warrant articles.
Oh, weird.
I'll forward
Okay,
it back.
well, we'll resend those out. No problem.
Okay.
We'll put it on the next agenda.
Okay, sure. And I'll forward this back to you so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. Okay, great. Oh, it looks like we have Susie, Mark, Paul, do you want to wait for Fran or do you want to get started or what's your preference? Brad. Oh, Brad also.
Yeah, I mean, I sent Fran a text, but I haven't heard from her, but I'm sure we can probably start since we have
Four.
4 out of the 5.
Have you heard from Brad at all?
Was he on or?
I don't see Brad.
Oh. I reached out to Brad and Fran within the last 15 minutes, so.
Okay. All right,
Yeah.
well, did you
Yeah.
want to call attendance for your members and then we'll get started with our,
Yeah, sure. So I'm Paul Tagliaferri. I'm the chair of the Northborough Zoning Board of Appeals. It is February the 6th and it is 6:27. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mark Rutan.
Here.
Jeff Grabowski.
Here.
Susie Sislika.
Here.
And obviously I'm here as well.
okay, so Lori, thanks everybody for joining tonight. I think most of you have been a part of this before. Paul, do you want to share any sort of groundwork for how you want your
Yeah.
team to operate or what works?
Yeah, no, I think as far as saying this earlier, in the past, I think it's always good to have the planning board and the ZBA. I think historically have always kind of worked together to try to, provide feedback. And, the planning board obviously are the elected representatives of the town of Northborough and the ones that are tasked with coming up with amendments for zoning bylaws. And then the ZBA obviously is tasked with sort of, adjudicating some of the decisions, whether it's through variances or special permits. I think, I've always viewed this meeting as an opportunity for our board to sort of provide, our years of zoning experience to the planning board in a feedback session for your, potential zoning amendments. And I think it's always a good opportunity to, provide feedback, whether it's positive or negative, to the planning board in an open setting. I view this as more of an informal meeting. We used to always meet in person and just kind of spitball some ideas and stuff like that. But I mean, I think you guys have sort of a framework on where you're going in terms of the amendments that you're going to propose at annual town meeting. And so, I mean, I think we could probably just kind of start from the draft that we all received from Lori with the proposed amendments, if that works.
right.
And just kind of just go one by one. And, you know, I mean, I don't know about anyone else, but, you know, I kind of have we kind of discussed sort of some of the proposed amendments at our last meeting from like an overview perspective. I think that there's probably a couple that will take up most of the discussion that we probably have tonight. But, you know, I think we can probably start wherever.
Okay, great. Any comments from anyone else or questions? Planning board members, anything, comments or questions? Okay, all right, so Lori, it looks like you're sharing, so now we are starting, so I guess we'll start with use variances. Oh, this is my luck that Brad's not here yet. He's usually the most vocal against this one.
Terry, I wondered if you wanted to cover this one since this is your proposal.
Yes, so we've seen this go before to town meeting. The last time we did it was 2 years ago, and it did not pass, but I still think that it's worthwhile for consideration because I do think, especially as the reason I propose it again is because as we do go into this downtown revitalization, things that we've been taught at some of the classes we've been to, or at least I've been to, is that you're never going to get the look you desire for as long as your zoning allows for use variances. This obviously, I think everybody knows, does not include dimensional. It's all about the use. So in some of the research that I did a couple years ago, and I think is still important to note, is that town meeting is actually the place where people in town should be able to bring forward the uses that they want in town. And the right way to do it is through the legislative body and not separately by a appointed board or any board really, just that it should really be done through the legislative body. So I think there's a rationale down a little bit that I can't see on my screen, but I think Lori expanded on it a little bit about what that looks like. I would just say additionally for the use variances, I think it's also important that, you know, some of the mass law states that use variances should be giving extremely sparingly. It should not be a zoning tool. And sometimes I get concerned that applicants come and try to use it as a zoning tool. And my personal belief is that it's not intended to be a tool to get around what the town wants, but rather you're supposed to meet very specific criteria. The soil, topography, and shape are the three specific criteria, and you're supposed to really meet all three. And sometimes I get concerned that we don't give full analysis of that very specific criteria. In any case, any planning board members, would you add to anything there that I missed?
No, I think you covered it all.
All right, feedback, ZBA feedback.
Yeah, sure. I guess I'll go first. So I know that this was proposed at last town meeting and it was not approved. I guess so. My own personal opinion on this is, you know, I sort of get the both sides of this argument here, right? On the one side, from, you know, I guess Carrie, where you're coming from in terms of use variances not being allowed. You know, obviously use variances, if approved, will run with the length of the property, right? And there's very little in terms of some of the criteria that you know a zoning board can sort of apply to the use variances, meaning, you know, certain levels of growth if you want to limit the use and stuff like that. But then on the other side, for the people who want to protect use variances, is that it is sort of this tool in the toolbox, right? Of easy, or sort of an easy path for someone to sort of, you know, a small business that wants to come into a certain part of town, they can easily get a use variance, as opposed to having to go to the planning board and go in front of town meeting and go through that process. And I guess the question, and I don't know the answer, to be quite honest, is it even possible or feasible to sort of, because from a zoning ZBA perspective, right, you know, we're tasked with allowing or denying a use variance request, right, which, to your point, is sort of overruling some of the stuff that the planning board has put in place maybe 5-10 years ago. Is it possible to shift the use variance application to the planning board so that the planning board can, as the board that is tasked with being the ones that can, put something in front of town meeting for a use, look at a certain application and say, you know what, a use variance would be good in this case, or we want to put some more restrictions or more sort of, criteria around sort of what a person is requesting or potentially requesting in a certain area. Do you know if that's possible?
No, I don't think so. I think by law, ZBAs handle variances, but additionally, it's not about you as a board personally. Like, it's not even about shifting the people in my mind. It's really about the principle that it should be up to the legislative body of what uses go where. So if that small business wants to come in town, I mean, if there's not a place for them in zoning, in our use table, there's no district that they can go into. I mean, unfortunately, that's the reality. I don't know. Lori, are there cases where you could go for there's no special permit. If you don't have a use in the use table, that's the end of that.
Yeah, I mean, an example of a case when a use variance could be helpful is, as you know, in the industrial district, residential uses aren't allowed. But we do have residential uses in industrial districts. So you could find a situation where you have a single family home that is located in an industrial district, but possibly the property owner died and it's been sitting in probate for a couple of years, so it's been unoccupied. After that 2-year period of time, and it may sit on a very small lot, it could be a historic single family home. So in that circumstance, they would have lost their grandfathering, and without the use variance option, then it could never be a single family home ever again.
But the only thing I'd say is that, like, literally the law that's not a hardship. The hardship, it would have to be related to soil, topography, shape of the land, and all three things must be met. So it's not even a tool where you could be like, oh, geez, we'd like to get residential in there because nothing else is there, and we made the good there. Like, none of that counts, except we keep making that count. So that's where I get a little concerned about the breakdown of that application, because that's not even the law of use variances. So I don't know how to reconcile that. The way we're doing it is not even the way that the law is written for variances. It's not supposed to be a tool. I don't know. So I mean, I love that we have the new town council that we do, because I'd love to hear his opinion on use variances and the approval criteria for that. Because if we're not doing it correctly, I think that's a problem too.
Carrie, Jeff has his hand up, but you might not be able to see him on your screen.
Sorry.
I know.
Paul, you want to call on your Paul? If you see your
No
member,
worries.
I don't. Feel free to shout out.
Yeah, so I just real quick before Jeff, we get to you. I do see Fran is on.
Oh, hey, Fran.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, and I will tell you, because I have the draft up, my camera sometimes goes to dark. I don't know why, but I am here. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to note that Fran is here. So I guess, Carrie, I think Jeff had his hand up to say something. So Jeff, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to quickly make the point that the standard for a use variance is actually a disjunctive for the soil topography or shape of the land. But the other two factors, in addition to one of those, is conjunctive. The other two being substantial hardship. Then the third being without substantial detriment to the public good. I also just wanted to ask if anybody has any idea of how many use variance applications that come before the ZBA typically in, say, a year over the last, good sample size of years, and how many have actually been granted.
I guess I would say I don't know. I don't remember.
Fran has that info.
Okay, Fran, I guess you have your hand up. Carrie,
No, feel free to, if your members have feedback and you want to call on them, go right ahead.
Okay.
That's easy for me.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, so I just have to see if I can find it. Yeah, so I mean, because in 2013, I was the chair of the ZBA when a resident came up with a citizen's petition to get rid of the use variances, and then again, I spoke the last time. I will tell you that oh, there it is. Variances from 2013 to 23. It's very interesting because the most recent one, in 2023, well, I will tell you first, over the last 10 years, there were 180 applications in front of the zoning board, of which 26 of them were for use variances. 24 of them were granted, and 3 of those that were granted had to do with the groundwater overlay district. In 2023, we had 20 applications before us, and the only use variance that was applied for and actually was granted was for the accessory use of serving alcohol at a day spa. And then, unless you go back to 2019, the only time a use variance has been allowed was related to groundwater overlay district only. And there was 1, 2, 3 of them.
Okay, so even if I look at that example, thank you, Fran, that's really helpful. Of the alcohol accessory use, that has nothing to do with soil topography, shape of the land, or hardship at all. So that's what concerns me when we have this in our toolbox and I mean, I have no problem. That sounds great to me. I love that accessory use. But I mean, that's what worries me a little bit, is
Right.
that
I guess, as Jeff just mentioned, that for a use variance, the soil and topography are not factors in granting a use. So the hardship was, the woman said that.
no, all 3 must be met. All 3 of those, and I'd love to have town council actually really weigh in on this, because I can find no other part of the law that where you can skip those criteria and pick something different.
Well, that's what Jeff just explained, but maybe I didn't understand what he was explaining.
Yeah, I was just saying that the first there's 3 elements that need to be met for a use variance. The first is that there's the soil topography or shape of the land affects the applicant's ability to use the property. So I was saying that those are 3 sub elements that are ors, but to your point, I think, Carrie, one of those is supposed to be a factor.
Actually, I think all 3 are there ands, not or. So I'm not sure what you're looking at. Again, I'd love to have our
I'm
land
just
use
looking at
lawyer.
48 section 10.
Yeah, so I mean, I would love to have our land use lawyer like interpret that for us and just let us know, like, is it and, is it or, is it like, what are you supposed to use as criteria? And if for some reason this doesn't pass, I do think it's important to know, like, what is the appropriate criteria for that we should be applying, or and not, I mean, we actually, it's the ZBA, so it's your call, but it would certainly be interesting to know after all these years. All right, so overall, it sounds like ZBA is not in particular favor of this one, or mixed feelings, or what would you say the general feedback is on this one?
I mean, I would characterize the feedback as probably mixed feelings at best. Again, I think my own personal opinion is having the tool in the toolbox is always is a good thing, in my opinion. But I think Susie had her hand up. Susie, did you have your hand up? Sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to unmute after all these years of using Zoom, and put my hand down at the same time. I think, I mean, if we were all on the same page about using a use variance and knew what the use variance was and everything else, it's really hard when we are all coming from different directions about what a use variance is and and what the test is and how it should be applied, and how to apply it. And I mean, so that gives me mixed feelings on whether or not a board should have it or not. So that's just my thoughts. I mean, I don't want to say I'm lucky, but I have the background of being a former real estate attorney and having worked in many different areas of law. And I do sign up for the trainings that we've been having and everything. So I see, so I come to it and know what the definitions have been, but it's been, it's been tough sometimes. That's just my opinion. And I like the sign. I like the sign, to go back to that that one that we already went over. I'm fully in support of that one.
Okay, thanks.
Has town
Yeah.
council looked at the new warrants?
No, town council has not looked at the warrant yet.
No, so what I'm hoping to do is to send it to town council tomorrow. So I wanted to see if any changes come out of this meeting. Because of course we typically just send it to them once. We don't, and every meeting there are changes. So I don't want to be sending it to him 5 times, it's not cost effective. So when the planning board agrees that this is the package that they want to go forward with, that's when I'll send it to town council for review. And
It'll probably be after the public hearing then.
Fran, I think you have your hand up.
Yeah, so I just wanted to agree with both what Paul and Susie said. I think that it is a useful tool to have. And if we're not applying it correctly, I mean, we all have come in here with different backgrounds and different experiences. Getting a clear understanding of when it's appropriate to use it is a good reason to keep it, not a valid reason to get rid of it. So if we could get something, because everything that I've read, it's very loosey-goosey in what is a use variance, when can it be used? It's not really even in the law itself. So I would love to see a clear checklist, kind of like special permit, check, 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 that's very specific. And if that can be given to us, I think it's given to the zoning board, I think it is a tool that is worthwhile. Because we don't want to spot zone a use, but in the same token, this is the only way to get something done that may just otherwise not fit, especially with groundwater overlay, when it's an allowed use under the underlying district. We want to be able to have that opportunity. So I hope we do keep it. And if it can't be used the way it has been, that's fine, but it would be used the way it's intended.
Thanks, Fran. Unless there's any other feedback from any other ZBA members, Gary, do you want to move on to the next one?
I think Mark has his hand up. Did you remember?
Oh, sorry, Mark. Sorry about that.
I'll just point out on a practical, and Fran, feel free to stop me, that we needed several use variances to get Northborough Crossing up and decided. Now, it's been pointed out that we could have waited and had those changes passed at town meeting, but that would have been a fatal delay in getting that through, because there was competition for Northborough Crossing, catty-cornered across Route 9 and Route 20 there. In that development, there was a possibility of that starting up that would have wiped out the market for Northborough Crossing to come into existence. So again, on a practical matter, it makes a difference and has an effect on the town. Now, maybe you think Northborough Crossing was a mistake, but I don't.
Any comments from the planning board? Can't see everyone. No comments? Okay, great. Lori, do you want to move on to the next one there?
All right, so the next one is a zoning map change. So I'm going to leave this page and hopefully bring up the zoning map. Can you folks see the zoning map?
No, just the language.
Okay. All right, let me stop share and reshare. How about now?
Yep.
Okay. So this is the current zoning map of the town. So in this left-hand corner is an industrial district. This area is also currently zoned for major commercial overlay district. So a lot of the uses that currently exist in this area are commercial uses. So the major commercial overlay district allows a variety of commercial uses. The proposal here is to drop the overlay and to drop the underlying zoning district of industrial district and to just go forward with a new zoning district, which is called Highway Business Southwest. So many of the attributes of this zoning district are identical to the Highway Business District with a couple of exceptions. So we can go through those. Does anybody have any questions about this map before I move to the other page? No?
Nope.
Okay. So now can you see the warrant articles again? Okay. I've got so many things open, I'm not sure what I'm actually showing you guys. So this warrant article has many parts to it. So essentially, there are various locations in our zoning bylaw that mention the major commercial development overlay district and the industrial district. So what this first section, so you can see there's a part one. So this section falls under design review. So what this would do is eliminate the major commercial development overlay district from this section of the bylaw. Under part two, classification of districts, this section would add Highway Business Southwest and delete major commercial development overlay district as existing within the town. And then we have a variety of uses. So Highway Business Southwest. So if you compare Highway Business to Highway Business Southwest, you'll see that many of the uses are the same with some exceptions. For example, this chart proposes to add assisted living facility as a by right use, where it currently doesn't exist in Highway Business. So moving right along. One of the changes is it would eliminate the use of a golf course. We really didn't think that there was land available that would be appropriate for a golf course, so that's the only reason why that was eliminated. Then the planning board is listed as the special permit granting authority. I know this was something that we discussed last time as we were kind of debating as to whether the planning board should be the special permit granting authority or the ZBA, or maybe a mixture of the two. So certainly open to your feedback about that.
So Laura, just a quick question. So I
Yeah.
thought we were just replicating industrial wherever there was a permit in industrial, but then I see adult daycare was flipped. What did we decide not to just replicate the industrial?
Amy might want to speak to this because
Right, that was me. I
Oh.
went through highway and industrial, and then I tried to pick out what I thought would be okay in that area. But I always wanted input from the rest of the committee. But I tried to pick out, like, say there's what we have left is the gravel pit. In a couple years, that may go up. And what uses would fit there? And I thought, well, maybe a nursing home or a home would be okay, even though it was no.
Oh,
on
that
industri-
flipped from no. That board didn't, that flipped from a no.
Yeah, I just kind of went down the uses and I tried to follow highway, but then there was some, I tried to open it up to more uses since.
No, but
this-
I meant like the permit authority on that. So I just thought we were replicating what was an industrial.
Yeah, a mix of what was industrial and highway, what I thought would fit there.
Okay.
Like
All right,
I definitely didn't replicate the industrial uses at the bottom,
Okay. Okay.
but
Sorry.
some that didn't seem like, if they didn't seem detrimental to if you lived at Avalon, like right now we have medical clinics, so I left it there. I don't know. Adult daycare I didn't think was too bad.
No, but I mean, if it was a ZBA permit in industrial, would it be a ZBA permit in highway business? Like, are we replicating what's in industrial? Whoever grants it.
Oh, yeah, the underlying use was industrial. So since the underlying
Oh,
use was industrial and it was under the planning board, I just left
okay.
it under the planning board
I gotcha.
because
Okay.
the area was all zoned under industrial planning board.
But
So
wait, isn't that BA in the industrial? The last column is industrial, isn't it?
the last one, I'd have to go up. The
What's
last
that
one's
like?
industrial,
Last time
yep.
was industrial.
It is industrial, yes.
I don't know why there's a BA there. Maybe I typed it in wrong.
Oh, okay. All right. So, well, that's fine. No, it's we can look at it later. Just to curious. I was just curious.
I thought it was.
Madam Chair, it's BA across the board in the current bylaw.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah,
So
and I don't know why.
Yes, it is.
got it. Okay. All right. I didn't mean to break your stride, Lori. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so continuing down the line, there is one use that I wanted to talk to you folks about. I did highlight. And that the reason for that, I will go into. Okay, so auto filling or service station. So of course, the bulk of these properties have their frontage on Route 20. And right now there is an auto filling station associated with Northborough Crossing. It's the BJ's. And I have to say, as somebody who is a commuter on Route 20, Route 20 is a major commuter corridor. And there is a lack of gas stations in Northborough. Just recently, for example, I didn't want to go to the gas stations in Northborough Center because they're super pricey. And I didn't have enough gas to make it all the way to the gas station, which exists in Shrewsbury, I believe. So I ended up having to get onto Route 9, which was extremely inconvenient, to fill my gas tank because I'm not a member of BJ's. So I just kind of see this as a missed opportunity. I think that there really is a need for more gas stations on Route 20, especially if the goal is to eliminate the gas stations on Route 20 within the center of town. The great thing about this location of Route 20 is that most of the area is not within groundwater protection overlay. So it's appropriate environmentally for a gas station. So I just wanted to see if maybe you folks would, and you can see in the highway business on Route 9, it is an allowed use. So I would suggest changing that to a special permit.
I
And I
can
wanted
tell
to
you
hear
why
your thoughts.
I just put the N there because I just hear so many complaints about gas stations. And I knew we had BJ's, and then there's Peterson Gas there, and there's Mobile on Route 9. And then a little further up the road, there's a ton of gas stations in Shrewsbury. I mean, would it make or break anything? I mean, I wouldn't be upset, but I didn't think we needed more gas stations. But if others think we do, then that's fine.
All right. Well, why don't we come back to that and get to the bottom? So what is left on the use? Are we at the end of the use table? There's other business uses.
Yeah, so it pretty much is consistent. The only uses that are currently allowed within the industrial district that exist, that wouldn't be allowed in this new district are, of course, are the gravel pit and the commercial storage facility. So that is not listed as an allowed use in this new district. So wanted to hear your thoughts on that as well.
I just want to speak to that quickly too. The commercial storage units were actually prohibited even before I was on the planning board. And when I had talked to it, Kathy Joubert about it before, she said it was because we had so many commercial storage units popping up in town that the board had made a decision that they wanted uses that, you know, a higher revenue use. She felt there were enough. So it was actually prohibited before my time. Are those commercial storage? I was talking about the ones, we have them banned. They were prohibited.
Are we looking at commercial storage?
Yeah, I'll have to go
Commercial
back.
storage is right here at the bottom line. It's
Those
listed as an
self-storage.
N.
Maybe I'm thinking of self-storage. Are they different?
Commercial
Well-
storage facility is what currently exists on Route 20 on the left-hand side as you're heading towards Shrewsbury.
How does it differ from self-storage?
So it's actually defined in the zoning bylaw. So if you bear with me, I can get
Because I
that
was
for you.
told that was self-storage and that there were no more of those allowed. And that was before I was on the board.
Commercial storage facility is defined as a building or structure for the storage of goods and materials, which may include a refrigerated storage facility, cold storage, or a warehouse for the storage of wholesale goods and merchandise. Commercial storage shall not include a self-storage facility.
Right. So that building doesn't have wholesale. Isn't that building self-storage?
I believe it's self-storage.
Right. So that one on Route 20 wouldn't be allowed anymore because it's self-storage.
All right, well, let's get to the bottom of this one and then we can go back and tinker.
Okay, so do you want me to go to the dimensional regulations? Or
Yep, so
you
there's
just-
the use table, then, yeah, just to get through the whole bylaw in general, so we know what we're looking at, we get an overview.
Okay. All right, so once again, the density requirements would be identical to what they currently are in the highway business district. So the lot sizes would be a little bit smaller than currently allowed in the industrial district. So that's good. Because you won't be rendering existing conforming lots non-conforming as far as minimum lot size or frontage is concerned. So there is a lot coverage requirement in the industrial district. There isn't in the highway business or any of the business districts. There would be an open space requirement at 25%. Any questions about that?
I actually sent in some changes, and one of them was a question on why wouldn't we have a maximum lot coverage size like we do on industrial for that area?
Okay, so Lori, why don't we get through the whole bylaw and not stop for questions at each section so that we can get through, it's pretty long, so I'd like to just make sure we're getting a full picture of it and then go back.
So under site design standards, so this has to do with which zoning districts are captured by the site design standards and also captured by the off-street parking and loading requirements. So, and then signs. So this would include this new highway business Southwest district within the zoning requirements for signs. And that's it for that one.
Okay, and any clarity needed on the rationale for this one? The reason we're doing that, this is being proposed?
I had updates to it. I had sent out some changes to the rationale and to a couple things.
Okay. I'm just quickly looking at the rationale.
I wonder if we should, because we all have different rationales for doing these changes. So one person's rationale is not another person's rationale. So I wonder if it would be helpful to just say whose rationale it is. Like, for example, Carrie, I know that you had sent me a rationale for the use variance. So then for the public hearing, so this is only going to appear at the public hearing, the rationale. So once the public hearing is done, the rationales go away. They're not going to appear on the warrant. Of course, any of the speakers who are going to present at town meeting, they can give their own rationales for the articles that they're presenting. So I'm wondering if, like, for example, Carrie, you wanted the use variance, so it would make sense that your rationale is associated with that. So then I could put planning board chair's rationale. And
Well,
then,
I don't think it needs to be complicated. I think like, but what problem are we trying to solve with each one of these? So what problem are we trying to solve? Why are we creating or maybe I'm simplifying it too much, but if we come somewhere in between, like dividing out our rationale and making it too simple, but like, I feel like we should define what problem we're trying to solve for each bylaw. So this was a case where what happened in this district where we needed to do this? Like, I think people are going to be looking for something that simple.
What I did was I took the rationale for the commercial overlay district, which was already in the bylaw. And then I said that that's already, now we have all commercial uses there and residential. And I wanted to change one word because it said in this, it said,
Well, we can always figure, I mean, I just feel like for the public hearing, the public is going to need to be very simple. Like, here's why we needed to create a new district, because we needed to X. That's why we created a new, like, it's there. I don't think the ins and outs are going to matter as much. That's just my opinion. I feel like in public hearings in the past, we just needed to simply state what problem we were trying to solve with each bylaw.
I think it got confusing. I thought it might be confusing for people where it says this amendment proposes to eliminate industrial uses, but I just wanted to say proposes to eliminate future industrial uses because, whatever's there now is grandfathered. So I was trying to my changes were just, so I was trying to foresee what, the questions we've had in the past.
Oh, also, Paul, I think Brad's joined. I don't know if you want to announce for the minutes so that the person taking the minutes can recognize that Brad joined.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry. Brad, are you on right now? You can just confirm your attendance.
Yes, I apologize for being late. Basketball practice to attend to.
Okay. Thanks, Brad.
Okay, great.
But I am here. Yes.
Okay, well, why don't we don't have to solve I don't want to waste the ZBA's time. So why don't any initial feedback from the ZBA on this bylaw in general, or whether it's dimensional, and Paul, I'll let you call any members.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. I mean, I guess, my understanding of this is basically, removing a lot of the industrial use as a by right for this area of town. I think just my initial feedback would be, and I think, Carrie, you might have mentioned it, but like with this new Highway Business Southwest District, I would prefer to have some level of consistency with the approving board for the same uses. So I think that there are a couple of examples, wholesale trade, where the Board of Appeals is the approving board for Business West, Business South, but for this news district, it's the planning board. I guess whether my initial thought is it should be consistent. Like if we're going to be the approving board for two of the business areas, why not make it this business district as well? But I don't know if there's a specific rationale for why it was listed that way, but some level of consistency I think would be helpful, because there are certain instances throughout this document where it's sort of like we are the ones that are responsible for approving a special permit, but for this special district it's the planning board for some reason. And then I think the other comment I had was, I guess, just my own personal feedback on the gas stations is, and this is again my own personal feedback, is I think that there are enough gas stations in Northborough, specifically downtown, and specifically in this area. There's a mobile station, a Peterson, and a BJ's, and the BJ's gas station has 25, I think, or more gas pumps in that area. But I mean, I'm fine if that is left off. And then the last thing I think, to the comment on the document that I was reading, was the max lot coverage area is, I mean, again, I would just probably keep it consistent to what is in the highway business, but that's just my own personal opinion there. I see Fran, you have your hand up.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Yeah, overall, I think it's a smart change to actually have a zone that fits what's primarily there versus having an overlay, which can, just make things complex. While there may be enough gas stations up there, we have to be cognizant of the fact that if we stop allowing them, if we allow them, that doesn't mean anyone's going to build one. But if we decide not to allow them, we have now created non-conforming pre-existing uses, which can cause, some distress or concerns if somebody wants to do something to their property. And BJ's did come to Northborough out of Westborough, in part because there was land and opportunity to do a gas station. So again, I don't think allowing them means anybody's going to build one, but it does actually protect those that are already there to be a use that's allowed. But otherwise, I think it's a smart idea to get rid of an overlay and actually have a zone. I did listen to your meeting when it was discussed as to why it was planning board versus zoning board and vice versa on the permit granting authority. And there was some conversation about there's rationale for it being consistent for use versus zone, because if the planning board sees all of the adult day house, they then get a feel for what makes sense, right? Instead of back and forth. But looking at our current zone, it's inconsistent between highway, business, and industrial. Some are BA, some are PBs. So I think it just probably needs another look through, but I don't think it should be an all or nothing on either use or district, because I think it's working at the moment with a little bit of mix up. But I mean, like right now we have the commercial storage, it's zoning board in business south, but it's planning board in industrial. Well, it should be one or the other probably, because the use is the same, but maybe it just needs a fine look at before it goes to town meeting.
Okay, thanks, Fran. Mark.
Looking at the access of gas stations in that area, I don't know when anyone else heads over there to get gas, but it seems to me that several times I've had to avoid it due to the 30 or 40 cars that are queued up to go into the BJ's gas station. So to say that, oh, there's plenty of gas in the area is just, to me, runs right into the fact that 40 people in cars seem to think not. This is, I think a second or third gas station along that area to give some variety or some overflow to the area would be appropriate. Or it's got to be somewhere else in town and not the overpriced central area of Northborough, where, again, as our own planning director has shown, it's not worth going downtown to get gas. It's worth going elsewhere. So just again, common sense says that there should be another multi-pump gas station in that area that's competitive with BJ's, and to rule them out offhand, I think, is foolish.
Thanks, Mark. Susie, you have your hand raised?
The businesses downtown are very nice. I do want to say, I just got my car inspected there on January 30th, waiting to the last minute. But anyways, I do want to say I worry if we allow the gas stations there in that area that it's going to end up looking like it does about 3 miles down the road where there's gas stations everywhere. So if you just keep driving a little farther into Shrewsbury, there's plenty of gas everywhere, left and right. And I kind of worry that that's what's going to happen right along where the old Christmas tree shop is, where the Y is, like right before that. I'm afraid that that whole area will just turn into a bunch of gas stations, because if you allow it, I feel like they will come. So that's just my thoughts on it, but
I do, if I may, Carrie.
Sure.
I know that the goal is to convince the gas stations to not be in the center. So if you're not allowing them elsewhere on Route 20, then what is their incentive to move away from the center?
Good point.
Yeah, Carrie, if I might.
Yeah, sure.
So one thing I'd like to bring up as well is I have an advantage. I live about the same distance between that BJ's and the one in Hudson. The one in Hudson has 3 gas stations around it, and that one is about 10 cents less per gallon than the one in Northborough Crossing at any point in time, right? Competition will bring down prices. So if BJ's doesn't have any competition out there, there's no reason for them to be at a lower price. And to Mark's point, the 40 cars that are lined up there, they're lined up there because it's cheaper gas, right? That's just economics, right? No one wants to pay an extra 20 cents per gallon for gas by going an extra mile down the road. I know me and my wife will travel the extra mile up the road to get 20 cents off of a gallon of gas, and we do all the time. So I think putting it in there as a yes, again, doesn't mean it'll get built, doesn't mean it won't be, but if they are built, competition is good for our economy. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, any other feedback on this one?
I'd just like to add, I'm not in favor of making that a yes, but I think making it a planning board decision and inviting it makes sense. And then having control of it makes sense.
Got it. Okay, so I have a couple of things that I wrote down. One, it sounds like some of the uses are a little back and forth on, specifically gas stations. Consistency with just which board looks at the uses, maybe taking another look at it. Getting rid of the overlay is a good thing. Overall seems like positive feedback on this one. Did I miss anything?
I just want to bring up something. Fran and I talked the other day, and I don't know, Fran, if it's changed, but she brought up the idea of like the overlay should still stay in the bylaw and not be crossed out, because say there's another industrial area where we want to do another commercial overlay, we might as well leave the wording in there, and then we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It doesn't mean it's part of the map. It won't be on the map, just kind of like we have a residential overlay that's not being used right now. But I think it's better if we just leave it there and don't delete it in case we want to use it in the future.
Fran, do you still feel that way?
Well, no, so Amy and I, when we spoke, and some of the things we deferred to Lori. So I did actually have a conversation with Lori, and her explanation to me was, unless we have land that has an overlay on it, the wording wouldn't be there. So we must have other residential overlay districts in town. So if there's not a piece of land associated with an overlay, you wouldn't have it. Like, it was created for Avalon Bay and Northborough Crossing, but I think that's how Lori explained it to me.
Lori, do you want to clarify that
Yeah.
one?
So you can't have a district that doesn't have land associated with that district. It's a two-part process. In fact, I'm sure town council is going to tell me to combine the map portion with the zoning article itself, because you can't approve one without approving the other. So you can't have a district that doesn't have any regulations associated with it, and you can't have the actual bylaw, but no land associated with it. So the Attorney General won't approve that.
So we have a residential open space planning overlay district. That was designed years ago for Bigelow's, but it's not on top of that right now, is it?
So there must be a map. So of course, that hasn't come up since I've been here. Maybe Bob can speak to that. But right now, the major commercial overlay district lies on that industrial district.
Right.
So there's no point in having it still, because all of those uses are special permit uses. But in the underlying district, there are a number of them that are going to be by right uses. So nobody's going to apply for a special permit for major commercial overlay district when they can do something with the underlying district. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but I would think I would ask town council if you can leave the overlay there.
Well, didn't
'Cause
Bob originally say it would be confusing because then we'd have too many districts people could apply to? Is that's why wasn't that why we originally decided to remove it?
Well,
Bob,
this wouldn't be on the map, right? It's just in the bylaws. It's wording in the bylaws, but it's not on any of the zoning maps. So you couldn't.
But then people are going to come to me and they're going to say, so Laurie, tell me about this district. And I'm going to say, what? Well, we have no land associated with that district, so it doesn't really exist.
But it's not a district, it's an overlay.
If there's no land associated with it, it doesn't exist.
Okay, well, Bob, I know Lori just asked you, but is there land associated with the current residential open space planning overlay district? That's been in there since I've been on the board.
You can't answer that question?
No.
Okay.
That's been on there since I joined the board, and they said Kathy and Michelle wrote it for Bigelow's. If Bigelow's ever sold, they wrote that overlay so they would be ready for that.
So I guess it's on the Bigelow's parcel then.
I don't think it is, but we can double check. Is there any map that shows where the overlays are?
That is actually a problem. So there are maps that are filed. So they're in our files, but they're not on the zoning map, which is a problem. They should be. So that is the case with the groundwater protection overlay. So it doesn't appear on our zoning map, but if you go into our GIS, there is a zoning layer associated with that district, but not all of the overlay districts have that. So they're just paper maps that sit in the town clerk's office and in the planning office, but don't sit on the zoning map. In my opinion, that's a problem.
I think it was in the older books. I wonder if they left them out, because I have older maps with the groundwater overlays on them.
And for the record, I accepted Lori's explanation. So if we don't have land associated with the overlay, then the overlay doesn't exist until somebody comes up and says, I have land I want an overlay on. But I guess it is a problem if some of our overlays aren't documented, but.
Right, so this one, the residential one says it's upon land located in a residential B district in the vicinity of the southwest connector, as shown on the zoning map. So I guess it's not in there, huh?
So what we'd have to do is we'd have to go into the file, which I'm sure is in my office. And I got to dig up the little map that was made when that article was passed. And then that's where it is. But there is land associated with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Amy, do you still want to keep the you're making a case to keep it, or you don't think that's necessary?
I didn't know, because I was always told that that overlay was for Bigelow's. I didn't know it was attached to it already. I was only making a case to keep it if it didn't have to have land. I didn't know you had to have land attached to it. Because say on Whitney Street or Bartlett or Barefoot, we wanted to start doing commercial uses in the future, you could use the same overlay without having to rewrite it. But, you know, if it goes away, you can always go back to the old book and add it back in. But I would be interested to see, Lori, if that other one does have land attached to it. Because if that doesn't, then maybe we get rid of that one too.
But you just read it. So that's the land that's associated with it. It's as described in the sentence you just read.
Yeah, that was Kerry. But yeah, that's the Bigelow property. But I was, you know, all right, we can just see if there's a map to go with it.
Okay, so Amy, we had talked about before this meeting. Do you want to take this one? It's the changes to design review. Or I could do it. It's up to you.
Sure. No, either way, we just it had to do with the downtown revitalization. There were discussions about, you know, revitalizing the downtown, and there were some discussions in the plan about the signs. So we went through the design review bylaw and we added that a sign permit would apply in the downtown business district. And that's all we did there. And then we had 2 architects listed. So we changed that because we're having a hard time finding even one architect. So we changed it to make 2 residents and added that they could be landscape design, historic preservation, civil engineering. And I think that's about all that we were doing there.
Okay, any feedback on design review bylaw?
I did speak to Fran yesterday and she had suggested that I clarify the language, which I'm happy to do. So she thought that the number 1 was worded a bit awkwardly. So I'm happy to change the wording. So it says design review by the design review committee shall be required as part of sign permit approval in the downtown business district and site plan approval or a special permit with site plan approval for any of the following. That's smoother.
Amy, does that still fit within what do you intended
Yeah.
for that to mean?
Yeah, I mean, Lori had done the original wording. So if it makes sense, and we can have town council make sure it makes sense too, because another way to do it would be have 1 design review shall be required as part of the sign permit approval in the downtown business, and then a period, and then have number 2, design review shall be the site plan approval. I mean, shall be required as part of a site plan or a special permit. And the reason why it had to be broken apart is because the A through G, which it says F through L, but the numbering's off.
Yeah,
And
I'll fix that.
But because those don't relate to the sign permit. And Fran and I, when we talked the other day too, we thought maybe, and I don't know if you still feel the same, Fran. We were
Fran, go
including
ahead, you can chime in. You
downtown
have something there too.
business district and the MSR, because Main Street residential it goes down this main street there.
Right,
Fran,
and yeah,
and
I mean, reading it, to me, I was getting confused with, were we talking about downtown business or all of a sudden the following included a lot of others? And I guess we have to get rid of the major commercial overlay district, that one. And I thought that was X'd out on H on the copy I looked at. But yeah, it just, I was getting confused whether we were talking about downtown business or were we talking about downtown neighborhood district. And so either way, the way Lori just changed it, at least in my mind, sounds like what we're trying to do, which is to, you know, really emphasize the look of the downtown business. And then everywhere else, there still has to be some say.
Laura, you're
Just
just on mute.
to explain, the reason why the major commercial development overlay district is here is because this article deals with design review. It doesn't deal with the elimination of the major
Okay,
development commercial
Okay.
overlay district. So that's eliminated in a different article. So
Okay.
if that article fails, then this article
okay,
ensures that it's in there.
makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, so outside of tinkering with that language there to clear it up a little bit, any other feedback on this one?
Lori, what did you think about sign permit approval in the downtown business district and the MSR? The MSR goes from the library to like Stone's motorcycle.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I put just downtown business district is because when we were meeting with design review, and we were talking about just starting in downtown business district and seeing how it worked. And then if there was a desire to expand the jurisdiction in the future, we could do that through a future town meeting. But the most important area we discussed was the downtown business district. So that would kind of be the priority. But if you guys want to change that, that's fine.
No, that's fine too.
Okay, anything else on this one?
I don't have any additional feedback. I don't know if anyone else from the ZBA does as well.
Okay.
I don't see any other hands.
All right, so moving right along. Okay, so the next one involves including, so this is also a two-parter, adding 2 new definitions to the zoning bylaw and then allowing locations for those uses to exist. So co-working space. So these are 2 uses that have become popular in recent times, co-working space, especially when so many people started working from home during the COVID era. And many of those jobs became permanently remote. And, you know, people started working, you know, not liking working from home all the time. So maybe they wanted to go into an office. If you're only going in 1 or 2 days a week. So this would provide an opportunity to share spaces and also to share facilities. And then makerspace is kind of the same idea, but it's more industrial based instead of office based. So once again, sharing tools and sharing materials. So the proposal is to allow co-working space within the Highway Business Southwest District, actually pretty much all the districts, including the new multifamily district that we'll be going over later. And then the maker space would only be allowed in the Business South and the Industrial District. Those are, you know, appropriate locations for industrial uses.
Hey, any feedback on this one?
I guess I would just reiterate the consistency comment that I made earlier on a different bylaw in terms of which board is going to be in charge of special permits there. So whether it's the planning board or the Board of Appeals, by use, it probably should be the same board. But I don't know if anyone else on the ZBA has any other comments.
Nope.
I don't hear any.
And so Paul, so the original logic, just to like
Brad.
clarify, we came up with it was
Brad's raising his hand. I'm sorry.
oh, sorry. So just the original logic that we
No, go ahead, Carrie. Go ahead.
was sorry, Brad, I didn't mean to cut you off. That whatever was in the industrial district, we carried over to Highway Business Southwest. And I noticed there were a couple of flips in there. So to your point, like definitely we in France too, like we can look through it again, but that was the original logic. It wasn't like a
Yeah. It just like, you know, I guess I probably haven't looked too closely at it, but just kind of like,
Yeah,
What
there are a
everyone
couple of
boards-
clips.
yeah.
For sure. I got you. Sorry, Brad. I cut you off there.
Yep. Brad, you have
No,
something to
no,
say?
no problem. I just think this is a great idea. Yeah. I think it's a good idea. I believe there's one on Route 9 in Southborough, and situation they tried to purchase or move into the movie theater in Westborough. So I think this is a great idea. This is what you're going to see moving forward: is fewer office buildings, but more shared space, things like that. So I think this is a good idea to get ahead of the curve on that.
Okay. Thanks, Brad. Does anyone else from the ZBA? Nope. Okay.
All
That's
right.
all we got.
So the next one is a change to the groundwater protection overlay district for commercial development. So of course, the ZBA is intimately familiar with this issue. So as you know, in the groundwater protection overlay district, the commercial uses are treated differently, but not necessarily with any rhyme or reason from my point of view. Of course, coming 30 years after this zoning bylaw was put in play. So we have commercial uses that deal with toxic and hazardous materials. Understandable that those should be special permit uses and require an additional level of oversight by a board, in this case, the ZBA. But then there are also commercial uses that don't provide any sort of risk to groundwater because they don't deal with any toxic or hazardous materials, and yet they are captured in the requirement for a special permit. So if you're a retailer, you don't need a special permit. But if you're a hairstylist or doing any sort of personal service activity, you do need a special permit. But really the effect of the business is identical. The same with office. If you're an office, you don't need a special permit. But if you're a pizza place, you do need a special permit. So the idea here is to treat all commercial development within the Area 3 of the groundwater protection overlay district the same if they are not dealing with any sort of toxic or hazardous materials. So these uses would shift. They'd be treated the same as retail and office uses. And then they would also be subject to the same performance criteria as if they were special permit uses. So those performance criteria have to do with amount of impervious surface, septic system size and capacity, and having to do with treating post-development net runoff. So right now, these criteria are being enforced by staff, and they will continue to be enforced by staff through a by right process instead of a special permit process. And then it also provides relief for lots that are currently served by municipal sewer. So in the downtown area, the downtown business and the downtown neighborhood district, these are really the only areas that are being negatively impacted by the 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement, because those districts already require, the underlying zoning requires much smaller district sizes. So it's only 4,000 square feet and 10,000 square foot minimum lot sizes. But because almost the entirety of these districts is located in the groundwater protection overlay, it's impossible to get to those minimum lot sizes. But all of those lots have access to sewer in the street. So it doesn't make sense that they are limited by this 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement. And I did count out the number of properties that are negatively impacted, so they are not adhering to the 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement. And I believe that number is 57 in the downtown area that are non-conforming lots. So that's the rationale for this zoning change.
Any feedback on this one? Oh, Bob, you have something to add?
Yeah, I do. It's probably just a editing thing. The last line where it says determination to be made by the building department. Can we change department to inspector?
Sure.
Because that means almost anybody in the department could make that decision.
Okay. Feedback from your team, Paul?
I think Fran has her hand up.
Yeah, just, I think this is a smart thing, especially as we try to revitalize the downtown. While we'd like to see some blending, you know, we've talked about lots coming together so that there can be more density. But in absence of that, the only way for us to have an actual downtown with dense commercial and retail is to allow them to develop the little lots that they have versus having to build another CVS because they, you know, it requires 20,000 square feet. So now we're going to build something big, right? So I think that this is a good step towards helping us with the revitalization of a downtown.
Amy, did you have your hand up?
I did have it up for a second. At the very bottom where it said in conjunction with other relevant town staff, in the past, it was Fred, a town engineer, and the groundwater committee that reviewed. I was wondering if we could, you know, Fred retired and we were told that the assistant town DPW person would be the person reviewing the groundwater special permits going forward. So I was wondering if that person can also be added.
Well, I wanted to make it loose because what if that position is open? Then it would be the DPW director. And when it comes to septic systems, it would be the health agent.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, potentially if there's no engineer sitting in the DPW seat or in the assistant DPW director seat, then it would most likely be an engineering consultant. So I just kind of wanted to leave it flexible. The building inspector knows who to ask.
My concern with flexible is I just wanted it to be an environmental engineer or a civil engineer that worked with groundwater. Like, I just, you know, to make it, there was an extra step. They had to go for a special permit. So we knew the boxes were getting checked off. And if it's too loose, is there going to be anything that comes to the granting authorities that say, okay, we did A, B, and C, or this person reviewed it? Like, I don't know. I know the Board of Health looks it for sewer and septic, but I know if there are groundwater issues, we always had the town engineer look at all the groundwater bylaws, all the applications. So and she is the one that replaced Fred, but now she's not included on the bylaw. So that was a little concerning for me.
Well, like I said, you know, it's not an engineer that's reviewing the septic system, it's the health agent who's reviewing that. So there are different town staff that are reviewing different aspects depending upon what it is that you're trying to comply with. So it could be the DPW director if he's the civil engineer, or it could be the assistant DPW director, or it could be a town engineer if that position is filled again, or it could be a health agent. Like I said, I mean, if you're listing, then we may not be conforming with what actually is stated there, is what I'm saying. The credentials are more important than the title.
Right. So maybe just leave it as engineer without the title. Like, that would be my concern. Like, we're making a major change to our groundwater bylaws, and I don't want to look back and say, oh, that was a mistake. You know, we've taken away the groundwater committee. Now we're taking away the town engineer. And but when we took away the groundwater committee, it was always going to be reviewed by the town engineer. So now we might not have it reviewed by an engineer. We may not. And that's concerning to me.
I will put that in there as long as it's understood that the engineer isn't going to review. There are going to be other town staff.
So, Bob, you have something there?
Yeah, I've got 2 points to make if I may. Number one, if you think I'm gonna make a call that does not involve a town engineer of some sort, you're crazy. Flat out. And historically, even when Fred was here, we always made decisions between the DPW, the town engineer, myself, and the planner. Okay, it was very, very unusual that any one of us would ever make a unilateral decision. Number two, we also have a similar situation in the technical development team. Is that basically it's myself and the planner and any other pertinent town department head. So it could be fire department, could be police department, could be health department. It could be any number of department heads to come up with a consensus or come up with a call on a certain subject. So this is a situation that is not unusual. We already have it here in town. Actually, we have it in 2 spots. One is for the technical review team and also for the minor site plan review team. So this is not the first time that, leaving the language a little bit loose. If you want to go ahead and add the town engineer or an engineer of some sort, I'm for it, but there's no way I'd make a call without an engineer's input.
Okay, that's good feedback. We don't have to deliberate that. It's just a feedback session anyway. So any additional feedback on this one from the ZBA?
I don't have anything specific. I would say from a high level and from what we've seen over the last couple of years, I think that this is probably a good step forward, given some of the applications that, at least in my own personal opinion, seemed somewhat redundant. As an example, I remember a case we had last year where it was a applicant who was trying to start facials and not a barbershop, but that sort of thing in downtown. It had to come in front of our board to ask for a special permit, but this would not have to go through that. So I think from a high level, from a trying to make things easier on businesses downtown to sort of foster some of that development, I think this is the right step forward. Some of the other details that were mentioned by Amy and the rest, you guys can do that, but I think this is a good step forward.
Okay, moving forward.
The next one is very similar in nature. It's also a change to Area 3 of the Groundwater Protection Overlay District. So the idea here is to lump 2 families and multifamily dwellings in with single-family dwellings and how they're treated. So right now there is a mandatory upsize to 20,000 square feet. When you're talking about 2 families and multifamilies. Right now, the 2 families aren't allowed anywhere in town on lots less than 20,000 square feet. So that's kind of moot. Multifamily dwellings are allowed within the downtown business and the downtown neighborhood district on lots that are smaller than 20,000 square feet, but we're only talking about 3 family and 4 family units. So the 20,000 square foot requirement is limiting the ability to get a 3 family or a 4 family in. And once again, we're talking about areas that have access to sewer. So you don't need that 20,000 square feet in order to accommodate a septic system because you can just hook into sewer if you're not currently served. So once again, the performance standards would apply. So some of them already applied, but then this would add the compliance standard for septic systems. So if you had a lot of 20,000 square feet and you're on a septic system, then you would have to comply with this, this requirement having to do with the size of the septic system. So happy to change the language from building department to building inspector. You know, if it makes people feel more comfortable, I could put building inspector, civil engineer, and to other relevant town staff, if you want me to make that change.
Okay, well, we can talk about that part more. Any initial feedback from the ZBA on this one?
I don't have any initial feedback on this. So, sorry, Lori, do you know how many lots this would impact?
Well, once again, it's the same. We're talking about the same area of downtown. So I think we're talking about 57 non-conforming lots. So this would move them out of the non-conforming status.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any initial feedback on this. Does anyone else from the ZBA have any?
Okay. The next one.
Let's see.
Okay, site design standards. So this is an easy one, having to do with outdoor lighting. So of course, the ZBA has dealt with the change in standards for exterior lighting as well. So I know Amy had sent me some changes. She wanted to add some of the old language back in. Let's see if I can find it. If you want to speak to it, Amy. Be my guest.
Oh, it was just quick before it said arranged to minimize glare and light spilling over onto neighborhood properties. So that was in the original and it was crossed out. I just wanted to add it back in. Can't hurt not to make it known that we don't want the glare into the neighbors.
Hmm.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, anything else on this one to note or any feedback on this one?
I guess it's just probably a process question. If you know, because it kind of says, you know, if you are doing an addition or outdoor lighting, like, is there, like, if you're putting like a small addition on your house, like, are you responsible for coming up with like a lighting plan? Like, how does, like, I guess, is there an additional cost to someone who's just trying to do like a small amount of work on their house? Or
So this is only triggered if site plan approval is triggered. So
okay.
Site plan approval is never triggered for single family homes. Multifamily homes, it would be triggered. If it's like an additional, say you have a 2-family and you want to make it a 3-family, then you would trigger site plan review. So you'd have to comply in that instance.
Okay. I don't have any additional feedback. Is anyone else from the ZBA?
Okay, next one.
All right, so the next one is to update some language having to do with building placement, design, and orientation. So this was some language that I believe currently exists in the design guidelines. So the idea is to move it into the zoning bylaws because then it becomes a design standard. So it goes from being voluntary to being mandatory when you do that.
Okay, feedback from the ZBA?
Fran has her hand up.
Yeah. Fran, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. So I'm a little concerned about moving it from a guideline into a mandate because, again, we don't want to discourage new development and growth in town. I think that having subjective terms in your guidelines, such as appropriate to traditional New England architecture, is fine. Having it as a mandate makes it more difficult, because what actually do you mean? And I think there's something to be said about having a little bit diversity in your architecture. And even within New England, are we talking 1776 or are we talking, 1976? And those few words, I wonder whether it's a good idea to put something subjective language in. As far as the setbacks and the brick or high quality brick face and things, I guess that's okay. I'm just concerned about making it part of the standard versus a guideline. And I don't have an answer as to what would be better, but at least the traditional New England architecture, I don't even know what we mean by that.
So good point. I think one thing we talked about as a board was the ability to at least file for a waiver if something was a little too restrictive. But Amy, for the design review committee, I guess what were you thinking about this sentence? What was behind it from your perspective?
Well, a lot of it had to do with the downtown revitalization. Shrewsbury and other towns that have gone through it have brought design standards forward. Like they wouldn't want a metal warehouse building in their downtown. Like you can't have a warehouse maybe, but you can have a metal buildings. So what we did was look through different towns that have done this. And even where Lori came from Millbury, they didn't allow metal buildings along Main Street.
No,
So
but for the part about traditional New England architecture, like how would we define that for somebody? If somebody was like, okay, what does that mean? How would we?
There's a link to it in the design review guidelines, and it lists, if you Google traditional New England architecture, it'll come up. And traditional New England architecture is the brick, cedar, cement fiber siding boards we included now because that's more recent. So what's listed after it is what is included as appropriate to New England architecture. And originally we had that we didn't want vinyl, but then as a board, we thought that was too restrictive, so we took it out. But a lot of towns don't even allow vinyl siding because they're trying to have some sort of a downtown revitalization or Main Street revitalization. It was all part of that. If we're really going to do a downtown revitalization, then there have to be some standards. If we really don't want to do it, then we can leave the standards off. And but that's what we heard out of the master plan, that people wanted some downtown revitalization.
Fran, do you have something there?
Me?
Oh, I couldn't tell if your hand was raised new or from.
Oh, yeah. But this article is not specifically saying for the downtown. So is this then an article for everywhere in Northborough, or did I miss it where this is just specifically for downtown? Because
it was for the businesses, so it's Main Street. I think 709020 would be Business East, Business West. And I think when Lori and I talked about it a way back, and it's like, why not do it just on all of Main Street? Like, since we're doing it.
okay, yeah, so that's what I'm looking for clarification, because I still don't think I don't like the mandate, but I certainly don't know whether or not this gets what we're looking for, and as long as it's not throughout the town, I guess that's better.
Okay. And I guess just to Fran's point about the mandate, like, Lori, is this where sort of the waiver would come in? So if someone is applying for a special permit, and let's say that they don't meet it, and is this where they would apply for a waiver and they would have to get granted a waiver from that?
Yeah,
Is that how you get around sort of the mandate portion of the standard?
Yeah, so this would apply to every single business district in town, including the Southwest, the new one, the highway business. Actually, no, I take that back. Highway business is not listed here, but I think we added it in the new bylaw for the Southwest district. So yeah, I mean, it would pretty much be townwide with the exception of the industrial district. And there is a waiver requirement, so people could ask for a waiver.
Townwide, except for industrial and residential. So just the business districts.
Correct.
Okay. I think Brad has his hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I would just like a little more clarity. I mean, just try to summarize what everyone's just saying. A little more clarity around the fact that this is downtown, because that was my next question. And Laura, you answered it. It doesn't include highway district. Because if we are really serious about downtown revitalization, we do want to have some sort of conformity. But Fran was saying, New England architecture can be subjective. So if we get a little more detail in there, I think it's great. And I'm definitely in favor of it in downtown. Otherwise, we're not serious about revitalization. We're just going to have a hodgepodge of different designs and stuff like we do today. So that's all I got. Thanks.
And then again,
Thanks,
through
Brad.
the chair,
Yeah,
what
Fran?
happens to all the buildings that currently exist along, Route 20 from Marlborough into Shrewsbury that are not traditional New England architecture and they want to add? I mean, the whole Foxwood Plaza, they want to add something or change something. Are they going to have to conform to this?
Lori, do you have an answer to that one?
Yeah, it would apply. I mean, if the idea is to just have it apply to downtown business district, then that should be specified. Because right now it would apply to all the business districts, so all along Route 20. And so if you're subject to site plan approval, then you would fall under this requirement.
And we don't have a section just for downtown, so we'd have to write a new site design standard for downtown. All our site design standards under this are for downtown, business east, business west, business south, like she said, and not highway and not industrial. So I'm not sure if highway business southwest would fall under this, because I don't think highway business did. So I'm not sure why we would put highway business southwest into it.
Yeah, Amy, remember that bylaw where we're adding the highway business southwest? That is where
it was added.
It's added there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so maybe something additional for us to talk about. I noted it that, kind of figuring out, is there a way to word that so it, our intent is clear that that's what should be designed, but does it have to be a mandate? So we can talk about that more, but it sounds like that was the primary concern. Is that what I'm hearing from the ZBA? The mandate component, not necessarily the spirit of this, but the fact that it's mandated. Is that accurate?
And that it applies to from one end of town to the other along Route 20.
Okay.
We do
Yeah,
have unique design standards for the downtown neighborhood district, so we could just specify that this applies to downtown business only if that's what you'd like.
Okay, so we can
could
talk
always
more about
start
that.
there and expand if needed. It wasn't like I was trying to do anything. These are baby steps that all other towns have taken to try to, make the downtown and other areas look nicer. Like that comes out in the master plan and all the surveys. So we're trying to make a step forward. But if nobody wants to take that step forward, then we'll just stay the way we are, I guess.
Well, I think we
I think
continue
you're
to
hearing consensus. I think you're hearing consensus with just some, slight tweaks. I don't think anybody is, adamantly opposed to any of this, but they are baby steps.
Right, and that's fine.
Okay, off-street parking and loading. Exciting topic of.
CBA will be very familiar with this problem. So this is trying to address the issue that we had with the fact that the ice cream parlor on Route 20 was not perpendicular, I'm sorry, it was not parallel to Route 20. So if you remember, it kind of was, you know, that parcel went into kind of an arrow. So that meant that we were unsure where we were supposed to measure the nearest, the front lot line. Because of how awkward the language was. So what this does is clarify that we're talking about the nearest point of the principal structure, nearest to the front lot line. So we're not saying that it has to be parallel to the roadway. We're saying wherever you find the nearest point, whether it's all along the front facade of the building or whether it's just a particular point along the building, like maybe a corner, that's where you measure it from.
Any feedback on this one?
Yeah, I think this is a good clarification. Does anyone else on the ZBA have any other feedback?
Okay.
Don't say it.
All right, so now I'm going to turn it over to Amy so she can talk about the sign bylaw.
Well, the sign bylaw again went along with some of the downtown revitalization, and it also went along with some of these signs that you guys get variances for all the time up at Shops Way, Northborough Crossing. We made those sizes bigger. We added signs. I can even share pictures. But downtown Hudson, they have projecting signs. Some towns have awning signs. So we added awning signs. We added projecting signs, which are blade signs. A lot of the other downtowns have them. And when we did that, though, we stated that you can have 2 signs per building, because if you allow and add 5 different types of signs, then it just becomes confusing. So other towns that allow all these different signs say you can have 2 signs, but it also doesn't include window signs. You can still have a window sign that's not included, and you can still have a directory sign. So I don't know. Hopefully people had time to read this over. I'm not sure you want me to go through it line by line, but if you have any questions, we can definitely speak to it. Lori, Bob, and I met on this 2 or 3 times with design review, so we can speak to the different sections if you have any questions.
Any feedback?
I do not have any feedback, but Fran has her hand raised.
Sorry. So I have to say that I've been, every time I watch a show now, when they have like in the Midwest and they're in the downtown, I start looking at how it's set up, because it really does make you feel like it's real, right? But I had 2, and I have to just find my copy, and that Amy and I had chatted about. And the first one is the D1, and I know that you guys had a lot of conversation about this at your 4-hour meeting in January. And the idea that the stuff that the advertisements that go in the windows. I understand, I mean, from listening to the discussion, I understand what the intent is. It's to clean it up and make it look more, I'll say, quaint or just inviting. But when you say that the sign shall not display brand names of nationally distributed products, except where the majority of the floor area of the premises is devoted to, in part, the sale of those products. I just feel like we're setting ourselves up to having Bob, unfortunately, having to go in and count how many Coors Light cases of beer the liquor store has before he can tell them they have to take the sign out of the window. So I don't think it's a bad idea not to want them, but I don't think that you can accomplish that unless he really does become the case of beer police, because that's really, it's mainly in either your convenience stores or your liquor stores, because I did actually do the Hudson look through as well as ours, and that's where they are. So again, I understand what we're trying to do for our downtown. I don't know that this does that. And so maybe you guys need to think more about how to do it without, again, it doesn't accomplish what you're asked, what we're trying to get through it.
Bob,
The other part
sorry.
in the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Bob had his hand up too. I wasn't sure if it was specific to this point.
Yes.
Okay, good, yeah, because mine's on another one, so.
Okay.
Okay. To kind of address Fran's comment, excuse me. When we were going through this in the design review committee, I was trying to figure out a way, how would this get, number one, get the word out to businesses, and how would this have to be enforced? So the only thing I came up with was that whatever passes in the sign bylaw, I'm gonna have to send a letter out, like a form letter, to every registered business in town to tell them what happened at town meeting. Because, you know, whatever is currently in the window is gonna have to be allowed to stay, because it's gonna become pre-existing non-conforming on the day of the town meeting. Anything new beyond that is not gonna be allowed. So, you know, somebody came to me the other day and said, well, what happens if there's a Bacardi rum sign in the window on sale for $19.99 and they change it to Captain Morgan? I said, the Bacardi sign can stay because it's pre-existing, but the Captain Morgan sign cannot go up. You know, so that's what the town is going to be faced with. And as I said before in the letter, I will say it was a town meeting, and it was this was drafted by the design review and the planning board.
Bob and I could argue this
Because-
point till the end of the time.
Because
But-
there will be unending heat coming down to the town if this passes. That's the only opinion I can offer on this.
Okay. All right, Fran. Oh, Amy, you had something there?
Yeah, because window signs aren't even allowed right now. So every store in town that has a sign in their window that isn't a grand opening or a temporary sign that's there for 56 days is already not compliant. Like, we don't allow window signs right now, and that was a problem with the sign bylaw. This is actually allowing sign in the window going forward.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Where
No.
is our window signs allowed in this bylaw?
You're allowing 10% of the gross window size to be covered with the advertisements. And if somebody wanted to put their email address on the front window, or their Instagram address on the front window, that would not be allowed.
Wait,
But
under
where-
current though? What's
In our
under?
current bylaws, where are window signs allowed?
They're not. But one of my points is that if you really want to get them enforced, you're gonna need to hire a dedicated zoning enforcement officer.
Okay, so Bob, now I'm confused. If they're not in there now, how would you be able to have your Bacardi sign? Like you mentioned, well, they could keep Bacardi but not put Captain Morgan. So then I'm not following that.
Okay, go down to Bacon Spirits. Okay, down at the end of your street.
Yeah.
Okay, all of their windows have some sort of a liquor bottle in the window with a price on it. Okay? If by chance this passes and they want to put in a window sign that says Captain Morgan, that Captain Morgan sign is not allowed.
I know, but are there current signs allowed? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No, again, and my point is, if you really want to get them enforced, you will need to hire a dedicated zoning enforcement officer. There isn't enough time in the day to go chase all these guys down.
Okay,
And what are
so
you gonna
I get
collect,
it, I get it.
$50?
But so basically nobody's following the bylaws right now.
Listen, you gotta pick and choose what's being
Of course,
enforced.
no, understood. I'm not like making that, I'm just trying to understand like where today's current state is, they're not allowed, period. So there's no like non-conform, there's no like, before town meeting it was allowed and after town meeting it's not allowed. It was actually never allowed.
Right.
Okay, gotcha. All right, Fran, you had a second point there?
Right, and I will say, I don't know that you want this to go down in flames over this one, so I would think about it.
I don't mind
Okay,
taking out that sentence because it's actually, I was trying to clarify what it already says. It says the only signs allowed in the town of Northborough are signs that advertise, call attention, or indicate the person occupying the premises or the business transacted thereon, which is, it could say like liquor store, but it doesn't advertise every single liquor in there. It's the business that's happening inside, or advertise the property itself or any part of for sale or rent and contain no other matter. So if you really read this carefully, or maybe have town council review it, it's not supposed to be advertising matter anyways. So if you take this out, I don't think it changes anything. I was actually trying to make it clearer, and this is what's in other towns that I've found. But truthfully, if it's going to die on the floor because of this sentence, I don't care if it's there or not, because it's not really changing the intent of anything.
Right.
If I may, one of the things that I want to bring to your attention is I spoke to a friend of mine who is a representative for the lottery. He's a lottery agent he has a district, he goes to all the stores that have lottery. He makes sure they have the tickets, the paper, the pencils, all that stuff. In a lot of cases, the signage from the lottery, from the state, you may have difficulty preventing that from going in.
Interesting.
You may not
Right,
be able
and
to
I
get
guess-
lottery installations in town.
All right, Fran, you got another point there.
Right, so I would just say that since up until the underlined section already existed, but is not enforced because we have to pick and choose our battles because we want Bob to make sure structures are sound when they're built. And until we have another person dedicated to it, I think you wouldn't draw our attention to number one if you remove the new language. And then it just is there until we have the opportunity to enforce it at some point. That would be my recommendation. My other one was okay, and this again, we don't have to discuss it. Oh, it's only 8:15. All right, has to do with, well, I'll just use number 13 as an example. Signs shall not be made of vinyl in any district. No use variance is allowed. And since we just had the conversation about what's the appropriate use of a use variance, there's no way that the topography, soil, and the other third one, any one of those could justify using vinyl over something else. So I don't know why it's in there in each section, other than to Carrie's point that we may have been misusing the use variance or using it more loosely than it intended. Because it doesn't make sense to me that in every one of the sign, not everyone, but most of the signs, it says no use variance allowed. I don't know how it could be.
So Amy, could you scroll to that for a second?
All right, so it's like number 12 is there, has it, number 13 has it, number 14 has it. And it just, I don't know whether there's others. I think it's kind of, not that it's funny, but it's like.
And I was actually speaking with Fran earlier, so not to take the words out of your mouth, but she pointed out that vinyl isn't a use, it's a material. So why are we including no use variance?
Right,
And the same
there's
with
3 of them.
plastic signs. Plastic is a material, it's not a use.
There
So
were
I
use
think,
variances for signs in the past.
Oh, really?
but it's not a use, it's a material. So it wouldn't be a
Fine, it
use
can come
variance.
off. It doesn't even matter if we get some more background on the use variances, that'll be fine too. But if it's not a use and it's not going to happen, then it doesn't matter. But there were some in the past that were signs and they got use variances and it didn't make sense. But
They didn't. You're talking about Eddie's gas station got to do a wraparound on his awning with vinyl instead of a different material, and he was granted a variance. And I went back and actually read the decision. It never says it's a use variance, just says it's a variance. And then there were dimensional variance because he wanted more than 3 signs. And what that was included as one of them. But that's the only one that had anything to do with the materials of a sign versus dimensional or total dimension of the signs.
Okay, that's good feedback.
Yep.
Okay, other feedback on this one? Okay, so I have for that one some window signs and the use variance language on looking at 12, 13, 14, but maybe other places. Okay.
Sounds good.
Did you pass one there?
I did. Okay, so now we get into the big one. So the multifamily development overlay district, which we have been speaking about for over a year now. So I wanted to call your attention. There are two proposed sub-districts. So a little bit of background. I'm sure I believe I already spoke to the ZBA about this, but the governor signed changes to the Zoning Act. So that's Chapter 40A. So they added a new section in the Zoning Act, which requires communities that either are served by the MBTA or adjacent to communities that are served by the MBTA or commuter rail to adopt a by right multifamily district. So it could be an underlying zoning district or it could be an overlay. They don't care. It needs to cover at least 50 acres of developable land, and it must provide for an average density of 15 units per acre. It does allow you to do mixed use. However, you cannot require it unless you have already satisfied your multifamily district requirement with 50 acres. So if you already have a district that is at least 50 acres large, then you can create another sub-district that mandates mixed use, but it can't interfere with your 50-acre requirement. So it'd be a bonus. So instead of 50 acres, it'd be 60 acres or 75 acres or whatever. So we have been looking at two potential locations, which I am going to share with you. Here we are. So can you see my map?
Yes.
Okay. So number one is the southwest area. So it's called the Southwest Connector Multifamily Overlay Subdistrict. And then we have number two, which you can't really see very clearly. I'm going to show you another map later that goes into the specific parcels that we're considering. Mostly these parcels have frontage on Hudson Street. But before I go into that, I thought I'd go into the district requirements because that's a little bit easier. So it's an overlay district. So that what that means is that you can go with the underlying zoning or you can go with the blanket, essentially. So I consider an overlay like a blanket. So in this overlay, all of the regulations of the underlying zoning district apply. So if you are in the downtown business district or the downtown neighborhood district, then the minimum lot size and the setback requirements are the same as it would be in those underlying districts. But there are certain dimensional requirements that are different. So I'll go into those. There are certain uses that would be permitted within this district. So these are the by right uses: attached single family dwelling or townhouse, multi-family dwelling, and a mixed use development. So what this says is where these uses are special permit uses in the underlying district, they'd still be special permit uses in the overlay. But it provides you with all of these extra opportunities to do mixed use. So you'll see co-working space has been added. So that's our new use that we added in the other article. And then there are a number of accessory uses. So a clubhouse, home professional office, assuming there are no employees, parking, garage or carport, and then a variety of solar installations and passive recreation. So the dimensional requirements, if you're doing attached single family or townhouse, the maximum number of stories would be 3 feet. So this is in the Southwest Connector multifamily subdistrict. So this pretty much covers Avalon, the O'Connell Lodge, and then there's a undeveloped parcel in between. So the maximum height, if you're doing a single family, a townhouse, would be 40 feet. If you're doing a multifamily dwelling, it would be 60 feet. And if you're doing a clubhouse, it would be 35 feet. So this particular district, and actually I did want to get some feedback from you folks relative to the O'Connell Lodge. So this particular district, originally we had written it so that it would allow mixed use. But then when we were thinking that it was just going to be Avalon, we eliminated the mixed use option. So this would be the density, but the O'Connell Lodge has a restaurant associated with it. So I'm wondering if we should add the mixed use back in, because then it would enable that restaurant to be reused for a restaurant or, you know, one of the other uses specified above. So we can remember to talk about that when I'm done. So then the downtown multifamily development subdistrict, the height requirements would be slightly different. The underlying zoning district, so downtown business, currently allows businesses to be as tall as 45 feet. So that would be the maximum height, but we built in an incentive. So if you're just doing exclusively multifamily, then your maximum height requirement would be 35 feet. If you are doing mixed use, then you get the bonus of an additional 10 feet. So you can go taller by doing mixed use development. Same density, 15 units per acre. If you're doing townhouse, it would be 8 units per acre. So the idea here is to encourage a variety of housing types. So not just garden style apartments, it could be townhouse as well. So there are some buildings that are existing. Like for example, we are proposing to include the current town hall within this overlay district. So there is a little bit of a bonus here, a relaxation of the standard. So if you are occupying an existing building, then you can get whatever number of units makes sense. So it would enable you to get more than 15 units per acre if you're going into an existing building. So a good example of that is the mill building on Hudson. There was converted into the residence at the Falls. Is that the name of it? I always forget the name. And they have their residential density is 40 units per acre. But, you know, it's a lovely building and they could fit that number. So why not? So there is an affordable housing requirement. Right now, the regulation only allows you to provide for 10% affordable housing within a development. There is the possibility of going to a higher number, but only if you do an affordability analysis, which we have received a grant to do. But finalizing the specific properties is key because we don't want to waste our money by analyzing the wrong properties. At the last meeting, we did discuss including all of the properties downtown that we're thinking about, but they haven't completed that analysis yet. So maybe we can pin that down a little bit more tonight. So then there are a number of design standards. So this would be a by right bylaw. However, anybody who is interested in applying under the overlay would have to comply with site plan review. And that means they would have to adhere to these mandatory design standards. There is a waiver requirement further down. So the idea is to create an attractive development, a development that blends with its surroundings, a development that also enables pedestrian activity and off-street parking. And then there's also open space amenities that would be part of the development. So there are a couple of different standards. So if you are in the Southwest Connector subdistrict, you would be required to provide 40% open space requirement. If you're in the downtown, you're talking about smaller parcels. So within the downtown, the minimum would be 20% of the tract. And here is the waiver language. So before we get to the maps, do you folks have any comments on the bylaw itself?
I don't, but Fran, I see your hand up.
Just real quick, again, in one of the design standards is that traditional New England architecture. And while I do think it's important in our downtown, I don't know that if the O'Connell Lodge became housing that we would require potentially additional cost to adhere to a design standard that really is not necessary up there. But that was it.
And then Laura, you wanted to get back to the multi-use with the restaurant attached to the Econo Lodge. So what would that look like? Just adding it back in where we had taken it out before?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know, that certainly would be an amenity for any sort of development there. So I'd like to provide them with the opportunity to reuse that building. So
Any issues on the planning board side? I think it was originally in there anyway, from our perspective.
No, I think it's fine. It said 6,000 square feet. I'm not sure how big that restaurant is, if there'll still be a size with it.
I'm sure we can find out the square footage.
Okay. All right. Any additional feedback?
Yeah, I just had a question. So under the site design for the downtown district, you sort of go through the new sidewalk shall be composed of 4-inch thickness. Is there any sort of like mandate or requirement that if there is a sidewalk, they're replacing it, or if there is a opportunity to have a sidewalk where the property is located, that we have some sort of either mandate or something that says that, you know, a sidewalk would be useful?
Are you talking about if there's a sidewalk that doesn't exist, mandating that they provide a sidewalk to connect to the next community neighborhood? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess like because the idea with downtown, obviously, and for having housing downtown is to make things more walkable. I mean, it makes sense that sidewalks would be included, but I feel like having something on paper that says that, you know, and maybe the properties that were, or the locations that we're looking at already have them, but more sidewalks the better, I guess, for downtown.
I think it is covered because it says clearly delineated pedestrian walkways or pathways shall be provided between buildings on the same lot and between buildings and parking areas, recreation facilities, and adjacent lots. So if there is, like for example, on Hudson Street, there's the gap in the sidewalk network that's between the church and the Centerview Apartments. So if the Centerview Apartments were going before for site plan review, then certainly I would suggest to the planning board that they mandate the extension of the sidewalk from the new development to where it currently ends at the church. So I think that language covers it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, other feedback on the bylaw component? All right, should we move on to the maps?
All right. So let me see where I got this. Nope. All right, I'm gonna have to stop share, I think, and go in a different way. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So we have been discussing these parcels for months and months and months. So we have where my cursor is, this is the town hall. We also have the Centerview Apartments, so that's the Housing Authority property. They are already at the density of more than 15 units per acre. Then we have the Harvey property, which has been discussed at length as part of the downtown revitalization plan. So it is actually one of the redevelopment scenarios. So in that document, the suggestion was to do mixed use along Hudson Street and mixed use along Route 20, and then to do a through road, which would connect Hudson and Route 20, and then to have multifamily housing, a river walk, and some amenities for the residents of the town, as well as those who live in the multifamily garden style apartments along in between. So this parcel is 10 acres of land. Then to the north of that, we have 56 Hudson Street. That's the Maytag property. Planning board recently approved a large addition. But this property could, of course, there is an old mill building, so it has the potential at some point in the future to be retrofitted for residential purposes. There are two parcels across the street. These are all owned by the same individual. And there's a 13-acre parcel that has a lot of topography issues. So the owner of these 4 parcels came before the planning board a couple of months ago with a development concept. So what that proposal included was just developing the flat land here. This would be permanently protected open space with trails. Across the street would be a small parking lot and a canoe launch and like a little picnic area. They would continue to use 56 Hudson for their industrial use. And I believe, weren't they talking about 97 units? So they'd be 3-story buildings. They would be garden style apartments. If I remember correctly, some of the buildings were proposed to be 8 units. And I believe those were the ones that were along the Hudson Street frontage. And then they would have some taller buildings in the back, which would accommodate 10 units, I think, somewhere around there. So what we've been discussing over the last several months is which parcels to include. So the board has been reluctant to include both of these big parcels. There's been talk about including maybe half of the Harvey property. And then, the smaller parcels, and maybe this big one, or maybe just including this big one and not the Harvey property. So there was an analysis done by Judy Barrett's outfit. So all of the starred properties were analyzed for development constraints. So there is a certain amount of excluded land, 2.84 acres. So some of these parcels have not been analyzed. So that step would still have to be done. But anyway, I'm interested. I'm sure the planning board's interested in feedback on which parcels you think should be included.
Any feedback from the ZBA on this one?
So I guess what I would start with is how much can the Avalon and the area over by Route 9 and Route 20 accounts for, is it 42 or 44 acres?
Oh. So
Laurie, wait, I thought we had option number.
There's another
4.
one.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me find it. Oh, maybe I opened up the wrong one. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I think it's number 4.
I have it printed out so I can tell you. So when you include the Econo Lodge and the parcel across the street, so what we're talking about is this parcel right here, and this parcel right here. So this parcel right here is 3.47 acres. The Econo Lodge parcel is 2.46 acres. So there is, I'm sorry, the analysis was performed on the Avalon property. And there is 3.51 acres of excluded land. So that gives you a balance of 38.5 acres. When you add these 2 additional parcels, which have not been analyzed, so we're not sure whether there's excluded land or not, that would total 44.43 acres.
Wait, that's Econo Lodge in Avalon?
So with the Econo Lodge and this undeveloped parcel and Avalon, 44.43 acres. But keep in mind, these 2 parcels have not been analyzed. So it is possible that we may lose some amount of square footage because it's considered excluded. So then when we go to this one here, if you take all of the parcels together, then we're looking at 29.64 acres.
$29 acres of developable land for everything in downtown?
So there is some excluded land. So the total excluded land is 2.84 acres. So that's 18.97. So once again, a little bit would be taken off of this when you take into account the excluded land.
Right. So I guess what I would say is, from a high level, obviously this being a sort of mandate that each town has to sort of sort through, makes it unfortunate. But I do think that whatever it is that is put forward, needs to be meeting of the criteria from what the state mandates, but then also having sort of the least amount of impact so that when, at town meeting, we're getting everyone on board that is supporting sort of this proposal. Taking a first glance at this, I think that we should include some parcels in downtown. I don't know if I would be as aggressive as including all the lots that are highlighted on the screen in green or starred with a red star as a first push this year. But I do think that there are some parcels on there, whether we're going to go with just a Harvey, and then again, this is my own personal opinion, whether you go with just a Harvey property, the town hall, and then the Center Drive area as one sort of first pass to get it through town meeting, rather than trying to take too big of a bite, right? Because we need the 50 acres in order to be compliant with the law, right? But we also obviously want to be, have some land in downtown to make it accessible and to sort of help the downtown revitalization plan. So I guess that's my sort of first take there. Fran, I think you have your hand raised.
Sure. So I think that having the ability to use Avalon Bay with the Econo Lodge is smart. And if it meets the analysis, because that is really, really close to the MBTA. And if you want people to be able to access the MBTA to commute to employment, that does make a lot of sense. Like you, Paul, I do think we have to have more housing in our downtown in order for it to be the businesses and retails to be supported with foot traffic. I like the Hudson Street. Well, I will say Harvey is part of one of the concepts that the implementation committee is thinking about, but it's not necessarily something that we will ever see developed because we don't know whether the owners are interested. We do have to have something that's developable. We don't know whether the town hall will be, but Center Drive already is there, so it's not really going to add any housing. It's already there. It's already occupied. Hudson is a big piece of property, but we know that most of it is not going to be developable. So it's going to be discounted, or at least some of it. So that's a nice within walking perimeter of the Blake Street area. So I don't know whether we can say only some now and some later. I think we have to do the 50 by the end of this year. Now, we can always add more affordable, alternative housing, but we have to do the 50 for December. But I would go with the plan that Lori just recommended with at least the Hudson Street property and a portion of Harvey.
Okay, thanks, Fran. Susie, I think you have your hand raised.
Sorry, buttons. I like the idea of the Econo Lodge. I like the idea of giving the developers an incentive by cleaning a property up in Northborough that we would like to have done. And I don't like the idea of giving up, like you said, Paul, a large area of downtown all at once. I was wondering what are other towns giving up large swaths of area like this that are just ripe for development? I didn't know. I really haven't had a chance to keep up with, what other towns in the areas are doing. I've been kind of watching like some of the lawsuits that are going on, but that was pretty much it. I didn't know if Lori had.
I think it really runs the gamut. I think it depends on the specific town. So some towns have the luxury of having available land that they can zone, and they actually feel like they need it. They need more density. But then there are others that are pretty much doing what we're proposing to do with Avalon. They already have properties that are pretty much built out, and they're putting the overlay district on properties that are already built out. So it really does vary. I think it's 175 communities that are captured by this new law. So the communities are doing all sorts of different things. I know Some are certainly they're forced if they have a commuter rail station or they have a T, then that is where they have to provide their density. So they're going taller. So I know the town of Lexington is doing that. So there are specific locations where I believe they're proposing to go as tall as like 10 stories. And then there are other communities that are trying to keep with the existing fabric and only go slightly taller, like we are.
Amy, did you have something to add to that for an answer?
Oh, sorry.
Well, Brad had his hand up first, so I could let him go, but
Oh, I thought you had an answer to what Susie had asked. If
I do worry. I mean, I'm gonna say this always until I'm blue in the face. I was one of the free kindergarten moms. I'm very familiar with the populations of the schools and the class size limits, the crumbling schools. I have 2 in elementary, 1 at Milliken right now. I'm in and out literally of the elementary schools and the middle schools in Northborough and Southborough and the high school every weekend. 5 basketball teams right now. I see the disparity between us and Southborough. I mean, I go to school committee meetings too. I complain about these things everywhere. I mean, it's not just here. But we just can't take a large influx of students. So I do worry about these things when I look at too much too fast. So I worry about I like Paul's idea of doing it in like slower spurts and slower growth rather than giant housing developments all at once. So that's just like always something that's in the back of my mind, because if anyone on this call like had students that are like, maybe a little bit younger than me, or you have grandkids, the schools literally haven't changed since your children have been in there. I guarantee it. Maybe it has a new roof or a new parking lot or new fields, but they haven't. So that's why I just always worry about that. But thank you.
Okay, thanks, Susie. Brad.
From a traffic perspective, first off, I do think the Hudson property does make more sense. Sorry, the Harvey, not Hudson, Harvey property makes more sense because there are multiple outlets, one on Route 20 and one on Hudson Street, versus just the one outlet for the other property. I know we're very bullish on downtown revitalization, but I do feel as though there's a traffic problem there as it is. So the second point I want to make is I do like the fact, I actually love the fact that we're including Econo Lodge in Avalon. I mean, this town only owns, I want to say, a mile or two of real estate on Route 9, so we may as well take full advantage of that. And that will minimize traffic into the downtown area. But I agree. I mean, there's the more and more I'm reading these towns, I know we've been force-fed this law, and I feel it's unfortunate, but we do have to comply. So I would start with the bare minimum of the 50 acres, because I don't think there's an appetite for this sort of thing, based on, I agree with what Susie said about the school systems and the town infrastructure. So I'd start small and let's see how this law actually plays out.
Amy, you had something to add?
yeah, I just wanted to talk to our discussions over the past few months and starting slow also. Like we had an option A and an option B, and it included 5 acres of Harvey, which would allow up to 75 units. So I think 10 acres of Harvey would be too much because that would allow up to 150 units, which I think would be a big step. I think for the Hudson Street, we talked about, like, they did do a presentation for us and it looked nice, and the river launch looked nice, but there's nothing in writing. And I know from previous applications that I've been on, promises made but are not in writing don't ever materialize. Like, unless you have it in writing, it could look good. Yeah, it looks good on paper, but if it's not in writing with conditions, then he can say we're going to do, 8 units and only so many units and we're going to have the river launch, but he wouldn't have to. So any of these parcels can be added. Once we have the overlay downtown, we can add them after the fact. Say next year, someone comes to us and they say, you know, we really want to be in that overlay, and we will do the river launch, and we will do a river walk, and we will do X, Y, and Z. Then we can add them in. But I agree with the people who are saying take it slow. And there are a lot of towns like Westboro. All three of their overlays are on top of properties that already have apartments on them right now. So I thought we were pretty good the last meeting when we said, you know, we'd add part of Harvey and a couple of the other properties, but start slow and we can always add in later.
Yep.
Fran, I think your hand is up.
Just for clarification, when the entity came in and did, you know, their pitch for the Hudson Street, yes, it was just a concept, but if this became part of the overlay district, they would have to adhere to the zoning standards that Lori went through, which would it require them to do all those things that they actually said that they were interested in. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there would still
Okay.
be in a negotiation. So it wouldn't be a special permit, but they would still have to adhere to all of those site standards. And, you know, they have to provide open space amenities. So, you know, it really isn't developable land up there. It's very, very steep, and there's a lot of ledge outcroppings up there. So it's super, super pricey to build. So I don't really see that happening.
But Lori, although they'd
So
have to adhere to the bylaw itself, like things that they showed us, like the river launch and for kayaking and like the walking trail, that's not, they don't have to do any of that unless we had some sort of agreement. It's not written in here, they'd have to, there's open space, but the plan they presented is not a guaranteed plan unless we had a developer's agreement.
That's correct. I mean, they'd have to be adhere to the development standards. So the development standards say that you have to provide actual amenities.
Right.
So that would be negotiated. So if they didn't want to do the trail, but they did want to do the canoe launch, then that would be negotiated. So if the planning board felt more strongly about the trail than the canoe launch, then that could be something that you say. I mean, they're going to want their development to be attractive to people. So it's always good to include amenities when you're doing a multifamily development. You want them to have things that they're going to be able to enjoy.
Wait, but they get incentivized for amenities, but they could just do the housing and that's it if they wanted to.
No, they are required to do amenities. That's a standard.
Gotcha.
But they could do one, like a swing set. They could do a playground. It doesn't have to be, they could do an outdoor barbecue area. They could pick and choose from whatever they wanted to do. It doesn't have to be what they showed
Something
us.
we dreamed.
One
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, but like I said, that could be negotiated. Like maybe they wanted to do a dog park or, you know, and so you would ultimately be approving what they do.
Gotcha. Sorry, I cut you
Okay.
off there, Fran.
That's okay. And well, just to follow up, because the math didn't make sense. I thought this piece of property was like 28 acres, but only 3 or 4 of it's undevelopable and the rest is just challenging, or is it actually not developable?
It's like 13 acres and change. So there's only a small portion that is developable. I don't know how much that is. It may be 5 acres, it could be 6 acres. I'm not sure specifically.
Okay, and so not to complicate things, but just like we're talking about a portion of Harvey property, couldn't we also say a portion of Hudson Street? I mean, either or. I mean, not again, I don't want to make it more difficult for you to make a decision.
The important thing with is it has to be contiguous land. So If you're gonna do a portion of this parcel right here, then you're all, and a portion of Harvey, then you're gonna have to include 56 Hudson to make it contiguous.
So you could do like 2 of Hudson Street and then he does 30 units and 2 of Harvey and they can do 30.
Oh, remember that you also have development challenges here. So the underlying zoning is downtown neighborhood for this parcel and MSR. So the MSR doesn't allow mixed use, except for offices. It doesn't allow like a restaurant. So if you don't include this portion of the Harvey, you aren't getting mixed use there. So the only potential is to have the mixed use here and then, you know, maybe resident behind.
But if we do allow the whole thing, mixed use isn't mandatory. So then you might not get mixed use anyways. So you can say, okay, we'll allow all 10 because we want mixed use, but the all 10 could allow 150 apartments and they're making so much of these apartments, they're not going to care about the mixed use.
Well, you got to remember that you have the Rivers Protection Act right here. So the Rivers Protection Act says that the first 100 feet is a no touch, no build zone. And then the second 100 feet you can build, but you have to do mitigation. And then you have steep slopes. You know, next time you go to the town hall, look over the playground fence and you'll see that there's really steep slopes here. So this isn't an ideal property for development. You got a lot of challenges. So, you know, it's not going to be, you know, 15 units per acre is what I'm saying.
I guess what I would say is it would be nice to know what the maximum sort of impact would be to this, because I would hate to sort of, if there's, I think it was, you said 18 or 19 acres of developable land in downtown that you're proposing for this overlay, for an overlay that allows for a 15 unit per acre. And I understand the challenges that are there, but simple math for the sort of, you know, someone who's not sort of in the weeds on this means that, you know, are you proposing that you can have 270 units that can be built downtown? Because that seems, you know, high impact. And I understand that that's not maybe feasible or doable, right? But when you say developable land downtown that we want to put an overlay on is 19 acres or 18 acres, and it's 15 units per acre, back of the envelope math is 270 units. That seems like a lot. Now, again, if we can put a finer point on that and say, okay, well, this property, we estimate this property, we estimate that, you know, and try to sort of provide not only the boards, but also the townspeople, because those are the, you know, it's the townspeople are the ones that are going to be voting on this at town meeting, right? And again, my major concern is that there's, you know, sort of this overlying or underlying thought about very high dense housing coming to downtown that will impact traffic or schools or whatever. And, you know, simply saying that's 18 developable acres where you can put 15 units on an acre seems like that's a lot of impact, you know. And again, I don't know what the right number is, but I just want to, I hope that the planning board is thinking about the best way to get this passed so that we're not having to deal with some of the challenges that other towns are having to deal with, you know, not having this, you know, done or approved. So.
Amy, you have a comment there? Oh, you're mute.
Whoops, I always unmute instead of lowering my hand. I was just thinking about Avalon, and you look at challenges. You look at Avalon, look at that steep slope. You look at the hill that it's on. It wasn't zoned residential. In the master plan, it was supposed to be saved as forestry land. And look at what's on that hill now. So if you think things can't be developed, anyone can develop anything, because I think people 20 years ago never would have thought that would have gone in up there. So that 14 acres on Hudson Street probably isn't as bad as the hill on Avalon.
But
I was just
also on
thinking the same.
Avalon, that's developed at 9 units per acre. So it's not really all that close to the 15 units per acre.
No, but I think the
was
point
just
is
gonna
it's
make a
like
point.
developable land. Like you thought that, not you personally, but people may have thought that wasn't developable and it was. And so this could be the same case. Like we can't assume it won't be developed.
That was the biggest use variance ever in the state of Massachusetts.
Wait, so what is so if the other one is 44 and we just have to get to 50, what is the size? We only have to come up, why do we have so many acres here?
It was just because you couldn't decide.
Oh, okay, but
So
ultimately we just need.
these are all the various options that we discussed in the Hudson Street area.
Okay.
So we're still waiting for guidance on which parcels you definitely want to include.
Okay, and the 18 acres is just where the stars have been. And what we actually have to come up with is just the balance of 50 minus the 44. I mean, obviously with a little buffer.
Yeah, so right now, of all of these parcels, 21.81 acres was analyzed. Just shy of 3 acres is excluded land, which leaves a balance of 18.97 acres.
Okay, and how many what's the bare minimum we have to come up with for acres to meet our 50 with a little buffer?
Oh, yeah, that's right. This is the wrong one.
And then Anthony.
Let me look at my map that I have printed.
Okay, sure. And then Anthony, you have something there too?
I was just curious, why haven't we looked at the Pearson Blake Street area as a part of this?
Well, we talked about it, but the vision for Blake Street is mixed use. So because there's no way to mandate mixed use with this district, the thought was to shift it to where we don't necessarily, we can live without the mixed use.
But we could mandate up to 12% mixed use.
We could, but first we have to satisfy our 50-acre requirement.
Did you get that in writing? Because when I read it, it doesn't say you have to be over 50 acres. It says only 12%.
I had a conference call with DHCD, and that is what was explained to me. So you have to satisfy the 50 acres. So you can incentivize mixed use, but you can't make it mandatory unless you're above and beyond your 50-acre minimum.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't say that on the state website.
And then what is the balance?
Okay, so we have 44.43 acres, but like I said, there's 2 new parcels, which are about 7 acres, have not been analyzed.
Okay.
So chances are a portion of those are going to come off because this parcel right here has some environmental challenges.
Okay, so what do you think if we were to ballpark the bare minimum on down to, is it like 10 acres we need is our minimum?
Yeah, I'd probably, to be safe, I would go with at least 10 acres.
Okay.
Yep. Didn't mean to do that.
Okay, so any other feedback from the ZBA on this one?
I don't have anything further. Is just doing it all on the Amazon property, is that still or is that not feasible?
Well, that's not going to help us with downtown revitalization. So, I mean, I've been talking with the planning board for months about trying to get them to zone some land in the downtown. And the reason is the grant money follows this MBTA zoning. So right now I've got a Blake Street streetscape improvement project that the Board of Selectmen gave me $250,000 to for design services and community outreach. So once that's done, then I'll be looking for money for construction. And chances are that dollar figure is going to be somewhere in the realm of $2 to $2.5 million. So unless the town wants to appropriate that amount of money, then we'll be looking for grant money. And the grant money is following the MBTA bylaw for the most part. So I did forward to the planning board this new grant opportunity that popped up. And that new grant opportunity is going to provide an average grant allocation of $2.5 million. This is exactly the amount of money I'll probably need. So if you go all the way with Avalon, that's not going to help me.
SA Farms?
Yeah.
That is also not going to help me.
Okay. I don't have anything further on this or any other comments. Does anyone else from the ZBA have anything to add?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Lori,
Yeah,
so
Brett.
what is the total amount of grant money that is eligible to be part of this program? Or, all the towns eligible for this?
Well, there's a whole bunch of different pots of money. Sorry about that. So there's MassWorks is a grant that we could apply for. They average, they can go up to $2 million in grant awards. Then there's smaller pools of money, the MVP program. I did actually get a $1 million grant from them for downtown revitalization. So it kind of depends on what type of project you're doing, because all of the grant programs have different objectives that they're trying to meet. So, we'll see what we're going to apply for at the time. Chances are I'm going to apply for multiple different programs. But of course, I can't apply for anything if we don't pass MBTA, because if we don't pass it, then we're not going to be eligible for pretty much any state grant. Federal grant, we still will be allowed, but that's it.
Okay, because I just read an article on Channel 5 recently. Milton, the town of Milton, is pushing back on this, and one of the lines says the administration announced December 23 that provide nearly $6 million in assistance grants to the 156 communities. To me, $6 million is a drop in the bucket. Are we doing all of this just for that small pool of money, and there's no guarantee that we're going to get these grants?
That's just one particular grant program. So all the various grant programs have different allocations of money that is available, and they have different levels of competitiveness. So well, we'd pretty much be shut out of virtually all of them. Like, for example, I also received a MassWorks grant for downtown revitalization that was $1.2 million. So it's not just $6 million is probably just one particular grant.
One bucket or one grant, okay.
Yeah.
But what are the odds of us getting money through all these grants?
Well, of course, we haven't designed the project yet. But I would say that if you designate an area within the downtown that's within a quarter-mile walking distance of Blake Street, then the odds are really good that we'll be able to get grant money. If it's not included, the downtown, then I think the odds are not so good. especially because Northborough isn't a poor community. So Northborough is going to be up against communities that are more disadvantaged. So that's why I'm encouraging, you know, to do the MBTA in this location, to position us as well as we can be positioned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we are going up against other towns, so there's no guarantee that we go through all this rigmarole of getting this MBTA zoning, and we may not see any grant money. We're just going to be getting all the influx of young families and making more trouble than not for our schools and our infrastructure. Am I wrong in saying that?
I have had a lot of success getting grants. So I feel comfortable that we will be able to get at least some grant money as long as we zone an area in the downtown for the MBTA.
Okay, thanks, Brad. I think Susie and Amy have their hands up.
Sorry, I'm done, Paul. Thank you. Sorry for the awkward
thanks,
silence.
That's okay. Susie?
So I was just thinking when Amy had mentioned SA Farms, like that would be an area that might help, and maybe a developer wants to come in and put a development over there of single family homes, that might be really useful. And it might grant us more time to build a new school while we have the state coming out to look at the Peasley and figure out that situation. But we're getting the grant money to further build up an area that a developer in a very small section is already. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. So the developer, so we would be having a developer come for this small area and build it up, and then we'd be getting grant money to fix up an area that's in relation. So when you're like in an area like Hudson, if you're in this small area, it's really nice. And then you like go outside of the area and sometimes it's not really nice. And then when you look at, you're like looking, I don't have a US News, but I'm like looking for one. You look at US News and you look at the school districts and you look down and you're looking and, oh, there's Algonquin. And then you're looking and I don't see Hudson on the list. The schools aren't on there. And that's like one thing that I do worry about. I'm just going to point that out there, that our school districts, despite the buildings that they're in, our schools are doing really well. But that's one thing that the infrastructure and, you know, what I'm worried about. And there was a lot of excitement. We got the green town designation. I was at that town meeting. It was before COVID. I was in person for that meeting, asking for Blake Street to be shut down, I believe, for the tree lighting or something. And I was at that select board meeting, and we got the designation. We were all very excited about all the grants that were going to be written and all the grant money that was going to be coming in for our town. And I don't know, does anyone know if any grants have come in from that designation and award winning? And so I'm just saying, but all right, thank you.
Amy, you have something there? Oops, you're on mute.
Yep, it's the whole, I have to lower my hand and unmute at the same time. I'm not that coordinated. I was just wondering if I could share my screen for a second. Okay, oh, great. I don't know if I'll be able to because of the way I was added in. I don't think I can. Like, you know how I couldn't get into Zoom earlier? I got added in a weird way. And it doesn't look like I can share my screen.
Oh, and are you able to give Amy permission to share her screen? Is there a security setting?
Like when I go to share screen, it says planning board recurring meeting, Microsoft Store. I don't know.
Who
what that
needs
is.
to share?
Me.
Amy.
I can just make her co-host. Maybe that will help.
Okay.
Sorry.
No
I don't know what happened.
Amy, are you using your browser or are you using the client?
It made me use the browser to log in
Yeah.
tonight.
I think with the browser, you can't share.
Let me just look at one thing. Try one thing, but I might not be able to share.
Do you want me to send something we can share? I think I can share.
I'm sure. What it is a map of the downtown Blake Street. And yeah, I'll send it to you. But I do think if we want to go for a grant on Blake Street, and we do want eventually that to match what we're doing for downtown revitalization, maybe that should be added into the MBTA zone. It's just going to take a second. I just have to send it to you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to meet with someone to see how I can use Zoom in the next meeting. Sorry.
Hey, Lori, just a quick question. What is the continuous lot size for an area? What is the size for this the overlay?
So the minimum sub-district size is 5 acres. So
5
you
acres.
have to have one area that's a minimum of 25 acres, and the smallest area can be no smaller than 5 acres.
Right. Okay. So then hypothetically, with with Avalon being the size that it is, that obviously takes the 25 acre. And then if you wanted to make 5 acres of some downtown lot part of this overlay, you can do that. And obviously you can subset a lot. So if a lot is 10 acres, you can say half this lot is part of the overlay.
So this is something I mapped out, and it included Blake Street, but I didn't include the town-owned property. I included CVS, mobile, because I did hear that you can go across streets. I included this whole strip with the liquor store, Richdale Farms, because maybe it would give incentive to someone to come in and buy if Richdale Farms goes for sale or the liquor store, you know, someone might buy up this and do mixed use and put the apartments on top, like we're shown in the downtown revitalization plan. And the same thing with Blake Street. If it's included in the MBTA overlay, then I would think that would give even more incentive for the grant, because now your MBTA overlay is actually on the property that you're applying the grant for. And I even included some of these. I put dots over here because you have WCD and mobile, and you know, maybe those could be included too. But I think I got up to over, yeah, 6.57 acres, not including town hall or the parking lot near the fire station. It was just something I wanted to consider.
Any thoughts on this one?
No.
Oh, Fran, do you have something there?
So we can't mandate mixed use, and we don't necessarily want to take up all of this property with just residential. So 15 times 6 would be how many apartments would have to go above storefronts in order to meet the requirement?
See, I think you can mandate mixed use. Like, I think we should ask town council. I know you can mandate up to 25%, which is 12 acres, is what I read on the site.
Well, I would just have to say, you guys are running out of time to make a decision for town
Right, we
meeting.
have till
And it's
December
already
30th.
Right, it's already complicated to introduce a totally new piece. I don't know whether that just, because again, you have areas that have already been analyzed as meeting the criteria. So sticking with them, at least you know it's not gonna get pushed back by the AG's office, it'll be accepted. And then just find someplace to add, because the majority of it, at least about 40 acres, is solid. You know you can do it between Avalon, right? And something else. just go with what's starred and find 50 acres within what's starred and not take a risk that it's gonna get pushed back. Because if it does, I mean, then, you know, it's not just about grants, the AG is, you know, threatening to sue communities that don't, you know, abide by it. And I think Bill mentioned at the last meeting, it's also the intent and spirit of this law is to actually find places that are affordable and alternative to single-family homes for the residents to live in. So we need to find something that's actually buildable.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I would start from scratch again. You have, yeah.
The intent of the affordable housing 40B too was to get towns over 10% affordable housing, and we're like only 20% of the towns in the state did it. So I don't know, for the state to threaten lawsuits, I don't know. We have till the end of December. The towns that had till the end of this December that just passed, they were having their town meetings in November. And I'm not saying that we bump this now. I just wanted to bring it up because we keep talking about the grants downtown. And I thought the best way to get the grant was to include the property that is downtown. So I just wanted to throw it out there. I'm not saying we have to do it.
Any other ZBA feedback?
No, Mr. Chair, this is Brad. Yeah, I personally like this
Yeah,
idea,
Brad.
Amy, that you put together as well, because the grants that we are going for, it's showing that we are going to put the money right back into where we have this zone specifically for.
One thing to bring up about, you know, what Amy is showing here on the map is that there's nothing to say that they have to do mixed use. So if somebody were to come in here and put all apartment buildings in that entire square, what are we going to do?
You can mandate up to 12 acres.
You can't
25%.
mandate mixed use. We've already been told that. So
But you can.
You can't.
but you can't.
It says it on the site.
We've already been told this.
I've already discussed it at length with Mass Housing Partnership and DHCD.
So if they come in and they build 15 units per acre in that area, what do we do as a town? Yeah, you got rid of your gas stations.
This
what
wasn't
are we
the
left
only,
with?
you know, we still have the old town hall in the center, all those other places. This was 6 acres. We're going over the 50 acres anyways.
I don't
If
think
you
now
want
is the
to do
time to
the
start
Hardy
adding
Lake,
additional acres and additional properties.
It's fine, we don't have to. I just wanted to show everybody.
if you want to do the Hudson Street properties and this area, then we can mandate mixed use in this area. As long as we have a minimum of 50 acres of developable land where multifamily is by right, mixed use is encouraged but not mandated.
The other thing we got to keep in mind here is we're only zoning this. That doesn't mean anything is going to get built. That's
right.
all we're doing is zoning. So, you know, we could zone this for 15 units per acre and somebody could come in and build 3 units per acre. They could build single family homes.
Okay, so if we say that it is, you have to get the 50 first, so let's start there. Although Amy, I know you don't agree with that assumption, but let's assume it for a minute. Do we want to go over the 50 in order to add this? Or this is a swap in? I guess, Amy, in your mind, when you created this, was this a swap in or a possible addition if we met the 50?
I just wanted to put it out there more for Blake Street because I know with the downtown revitalization and Lori just got approval for looking at that downtown Blake Street and they want to do mixed use with apartments on the top. So I thought if we're going to ask for it anyways, why not include it? That was my.
Well, because then an alternative could be we add the acreage on one of the other sites, like if there was a spot on the Avalon Econo Lodge side or go to SA Farm side, get our 50 acres, and then we add this as the grant opening for us. If we literally were just doing this for the grant, but I guess, and if we get to the 50, we could mandate the, what am I trying to say? Not multifamily.
Yeah, we can just leave it off. I just wanted to show that it was a possibility.
Mixed
But it
use.
sounds like there's a lot of heartache, so. But I guess my main thing is I don't want to say, okay, now we're going to do all of Hudson Street. But hey, here's a developer for Harvey, so now we're going to do that too. But oh my gosh, we wanted to do Blake Street, so now we're going to do that too. I'm just fearful of how much housing do we want to do in the downtown.
Well, but again, I mean, yes, for MBTA, we have to do 50, right? So we keep MBTA at 50. That doesn't mean we can't approve projects that for Blake Street or for Harvey or for Hudson or any one of those other ones, right? They just have to go through the regular process. It's not something that's granted by right.
Oh, Laura, you have something there? Sorry, I can't see everybody at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to point out that the underlying zoning, so the downtown business district as it currently exists today allows mixed use. So, you know, you can do it under current zoning. And I believe if it's vertical mixed use, is by right.
Mhm. Okay. We can continue to talk more, but I want to make sure, just be mindful of the ZBA's time. We've kept everybody for a while. Is there any additional feedback from the ZBA on that particular component? It sounds like, what would the final stance be? I heard a lot of mixed things. So Paul, if you were to summarize your board sentiment on that one.
I mean, we don't envy what you have to do, I guess. No, I guess I would just reiterate is, you know, we know that the state is mandating this, and I think we can all agree that we want to pass an overlay district to allow Northborough access to the grant money to improve the downtowns. Which is why I guess from at least my own personal perspective is that, you know, we keep it very simple and we try to meet the criteria as a first go round to be able to get to the state standard, assess what is occurring not only in Northborough but throughout the state and what the impacts are, and then sort of, you know, at that point, you know, in the future, go forward, and if we want to add, we can. So, you know, I'm more of a very keep it simple mindset, to be honest, to allow the town to pass the overlay district, get access to the grant money, do the things that we set out to do with the master plan for the downtown, for all that stuff. My concern again is, and I hate to bring it up, but you know, I look at what happened with White Cliffs and all of the work and effort that got put into that, for it to then just be sort of tossed away, right? Because townspeople were either not informed or whatever happened there, right? And so I hope it's a very simple, very straightforward, very sort of, you know, this is not going to be that big of an impact, you know, for town meeting this year, and it could be passed to allow us to achieve the goals that we want to achieve, that I think all of us on both boards agree is in the best interest of the town. So I don't know if that doesn't really specify which lots there, you know, and it's kind of a long way of saying I don't really have an opinion, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that's kind of, you know, you asked me to summarize, so I did.
Well, and I will just add, I would stick with the stars in as small amount as you are comfortable with pitching to town meeting. But the ones that were already analyzed that we can assume will meet the criteria in the downtown area, you know, stay in and around those areas and keep it as simple as possible, because I think it's kind of interesting. I am the oldest of the board members that are on this Zoom, and yet I am the only one that actually voices unfear of change. And it's just kind of interesting, but just I would go as simple as you can and try to present it in the least complicated way, if that's possible. But stick with the red stars into that area.
All right, well, I think is that everything? Oh, we had, sorry, one more, and Lori, I don't know what the timing is. We had one more bylaw request come through, and did we already put our advertisement in the paper? Did we?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
So it's too late to include this for our public hearing on the 20th.
Okay, so what would the option, so anyway, the reason I want to bring it up to the ZBA is because it has to do with the drive-through, and I know that was a hot topic for one of, if this is, it has to do with removing a special permit for drive-through retail in certain areas. I can,
Drive-through, I think it's drive-through retail and drive-through food service.
yep, you're right, drive-through retail and drive-through food service. I'll forward this to ZBA as well. It sounds like it's not gonna, if it doesn't come to this way, what would the alternative be? A citizen petition at that point?
Citizen petition. So you'd be required to hold the public hearing for them. So they would have to submit on the petition form. They would have to get, I think it's at least 10 registered voters to sign the petition. And then it would be forwarded to us. Then we'd have to hold the public hearing and the planning board would have to make the recommendation.
There's also going to be a fall town meeting, so it could be recommended that she waits and we put it on the fall town meeting if they didn't want to do a citizen's petition.
Okay. All right. Well, great. I really
Great.
appreciate everyone's time. It's good to talk through these, and I think we all face our own challenges in different ways, and we win and lose in our own ways, and we keep going. So I really appreciate the time for everyone here. Good
Thank
discussion.
you.
Yes, and thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
And planning board members, you have to stay on. There's more.
Right.
Good night.
Wouldn't it be a meeting if I didn't add another map?
Okay, so a couple things we have to do. Bob, you're of course welcome to stay, but if you're getting tired or whatever the case, it's okay as well. We have to talk about Mark McMenamin's application, just resolve that one. And then anything we want to go through and tweak tonight, or do we want to hear from the public hearing as well and just do all our deliberation at the same time, or what's the board's preference? So I took notes on all of the feedback we got, and so either we can kind of figure out, do we want to make any tweaks now, or do we want to do the public hearing and get everything, like all the feedback, and then like deliberate and go through and make changes? Thoughts on that, how we approach
I
that?
think we just wait till the public feedback
Okay,
and then combine it all.
okay.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about, well, should we talk a little bit about the map, the location? Because I do feel like we need to, does the planning board want to have a recommendation to before the public hearing? Like, what is our stance? We're going a little loosey-goosey on it there.
I think we have to, because like it's not a, I don't know. Because don't we have to finish the analysis and everything? Don't we have to
Yes,
find that?
okay, all right, so we do have to settle. All right, so it sounds like, for some reason, oh good, you're sharing in, Lori. Option 4, which isn't up here, is literally Avalon and Econo Lodge. That's it for option 4, and that's our 44 acres, but we don't know if it's a full 44.
So it's the O'Connell Lodge, that undeveloped parcel, and then the Avalon.
Okay, so there's that to the side. Everybody seems like they're in agreement with that. Nobody's not. Okay, here's where we differ a little bit. Okay, we have a couple. All right, Amy, you're Blake Street.
I know it's last minute. We can leave it off if we don't want it. But I would love to have like town council weigh in on the over 50 acres, because I did read it on the on the state website, and it says that out of your 50 acres, 25% can be mixed use. And I just want to
Yes,
double check.
but that's incentive. That's not mandate.
Can we get that in writing from the town council? They must follow this MBTA stuff and have all, I know KP Law a lot of times has documents that come out about the MBTA. I just wanted to follow up on that and just make sure.
I can see if I have an email in writing that articulates that.
Yeah, that has to be over 50 acres.
But the
And-
interpretation isn't KP law. It's being interpreted by DHCD or in livable communities, you know.
Right, but
So
it would be
they're the ones
overlay.
interpreting and providing the guidance.
And Amy, could you just send a link to what you're looking at when you have a chance? You don't have
Sure.
to now, but when you get a chance, just, okay. All right, so aside from that, if we were to focus here, I mean, I guess where we left off is we had option A and option B, and we majority gravitated option B. Bill, I know you liked option A. From
Well,
my
I mean,
perspective, okay,
I'm
Bill.
willing to do anything, right? But here's the thing, right? Is that yes, we're zoning for this, but like I said earlier, that doesn't mean that the gentleman that brought up the presentation last, couple months ago can't still do his project,
Mhm.
right? It doesn't mean that at all. All it means is that, it's not it may not be by right, but he can still bring up his project. He can still do his project. There's nothing
Not,
stopping him.
well, yes, the zoning doesn't allow him to do that density. So if it's not included in the MBTA district, he won't be able to do the project.
As he wanted to. It doesn't mean he can't, that nobody can build there.
Correct.
And we could always add that later. If he came back with a really great, can we subtract? Like if he came back at some point and was like, look, here's my plan, I'm gonna sign. Can we take out other areas and add in? Can we flip? Because I think the primary concern or one of the big concerns I'm hearing is to add both sides and have the traffic issue. Like if we wanted to baby step it and we say we picked the wrong one or we picked the wrong horse and we say, all right, Harvey, we go with Harvey. But then the Hudson comes back and says, we have the plan, we're ready. Can we later in a next town meeting add Hudson and remove Harvey or no?
Or why can't we just create an overlay district for Harvey and go to town meeting with it? I mean, why it doesn't have to be MBTA. It can just be Northborough's overlay district for Hudson Street.
Right, but again, I don't think we want both.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it doesn't have it can be a separate overlay district. We don't have to worry about flipping anything. We don't have to worry about changing anything. We just make it a Northborough overlay district. There's no reason it has to be part of MBTA if we want to do that.
Bob, is that spot zoning if we make only one parcel in an overlay district? I think we'd run into spot zoning on that one.
But
I mean,
then
it's a good idea, Bill. I'm not trying to poo-poo it. So that is, maybe there are other things to get creative.
It is a large enough parcel where I don't think it would be considered spot zoning. If it was just like the town hall 2-acre parcel and that's it, then that would be spot zoning.
But then we're also building on Hudson, and then we're going to do an overlay on Harvey, which is definitely going to include housing too. Like, I don't think anyone has decided how much is too much downtown or how much is too little. Like, that was the big thing with the MPIC too. Like, everybody's thought of what high density is or medium density is, it differs. Like, how much housing is too much housing downtown? Like how much, if you do 5 acres of Hudson Street, now we've got 75 units there. And then if we do an overlay on top of Harvey, they would definitely want housing there too.
But who's to say Harvey's going to sell? Again, we're just zoning. We're not building, right? There are people that do the building.
It still opens the door. So I think we have to be careful on how much we allow at one time.
Like Harvey was in the downtown revitalization. And so that's why it seems like we include a little piece of that. Was that option B? We had option A and option B. And
Oh,
it
yeah,
sounds
what
like,
was an option B? Could you please remind me? Do we have that? I think I wrote down on my last agenda, but.
I think it's in the minutes. If you pull up the
I,
minutes, it was in there.
I have option D written down.
Okay, what is option B?
It's Town Hall, Center Drive, 56 Hudson Street. The little condo development on Hudson Street, this one right
yeah.
here, north of Center Drive.
Yeah,
Harvey, 5 acres of Harvey. And these 2 little parcels.
all right. And that total on that one?
I don't have that totaled up.
That's
But
okay.
I suppose it would be virtually everything except for this 13-acre piece. So that would be. Let me use my calculator.
16 acres.
Yep.
Okay, so that's about 16. Otherwise, we go with, was it just Hudson Street for the 13 acres, I guess? Or we were only gonna do part of that, but we could always just say the full 13. To Amy's point earlier, I mean, anything can be developed. Oh, I have it, yep.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wanted to do the full 13 because then you're talking 150 some odd units, right? And emptying out onto Hudson Street, there
you're
was the
right.
traffic issue there.
So we were gonna scoop around through
Right.
56 into some of Harvey. See, that's what I don't like about that one, is like the scoop across the street.
But like Amy said, you can go across streets.
Oh, no, I know, but like coming in from both sides like that, or like, I'm just trying to picture if, I hate to say worst case scenario, but if we had like both developed, what would we have the traffic, like coming from both sides? Is that worse? Is it better? I don't know.
Well, keep in mind, if you do Harvey, you're going to be having, I mean, there's nothing, you're only doing the one side of it, right? So who's to say that they're going to actually continue that road out to Main Street?
Yeah,
If they're only going to be able to develop one side, then maybe they only develop one side, and therefore your exit and entrance are on Hudson. I don't know. I mean, again, we're zoning. I think we're overthinking this, right? We're zoning. We're not building.
I don't think we're overthinking it because, you know, you have to be concerned about what's going to come down the stream. You zone it and it's coming for some of
Right,
them.
but we're talking about where the road is going to come out, not where the zone's going to go. That's where I think we're overthinking this.
yeah. Well, I think to that point, I mean, I still gravitate to option B and forget about Hudson until the future. If something comes in the future, I'd be willing to reconsider, but otherwise I still gravitate to B. Why did I wrote down that only brought us up to 53.46. I wonder why I wrote that. Must be wrong.
Well,
Might have been
remember,
before O'Connell Lodge.
we lose some acres because of excluded land.
Oh, okay. Okay, Bill, you're still a fan of A?
Like I said, I'm a fan of A. I'll vote for B. You know, it's, you know, I really don't think that the Harvey property is going to get developed, and I think it's going to be a fail of the downtown revitalization project because Harvey is a company down in Texas that cares nothing about Northborough.
Mhm.
You know, they've got their property, and there's no reason for them to move. I mean, it's a business decision, to be honest. You know, what's the ROI for them? What's the return on investment? Nothing. Nobody's going to come in and offer them $10 million for 5 acres of land to develop into housing.
Mhm.
They said they would do a land swap. If there's a developer that comes forward and the town will do a land swap, then it.
But again, it's only five of the 10 acres. It's not all 10 acres. There's nobody who's going to develop half a property and have to pay for all of the property.
Yeah.
They can still develop something on the other side. Well,
Under
the
the-
But
5
we're not
acres,
adding that.
it'll still give them 75 units. Like that's way more. There are people on 5 acres of property that do like 2 duplexes.
Mhm.
Like 75 units is a lot. That would be a huge profit on
I
5
agree,
acres.
but in order to do that, you have to demolish their building because their building is on that side. If their building were on the other side and they could keep their building and do the housing, I'm sure they would probably do that because, you know, there's profit in that. But their building is on the side that we're zoning for the housing. They're not going to destroy their building for half of their property. I just
So
don't
with
see
that,
it.
do we have to choose the Hudson Street side and not Main Street side to keep things contiguous?
Yeah, to keep it contiguous, I think, right?
Yeah, yes, I mean, you gotta find a path to the contiguous land.
Mhm.
Why, what are you thinking, Anthony?
No, I was thinking if you could just take the Main Street side and not the Hudson Street side for the 5, you know, if you can carve out whatever acreage you can get out of that and not take the whole thing. That gives you a road to Main Street, access to Main Street.
Oh,
I
I see
missed
where
the
you are.
beginning of what you said. Can you explain it again?
No, and I kind of thought that we were talking about the Main Street side of the property of the Harvey property, but
Mhm.
you guys were talking about the Hudson Street side.
Yes.
So, and if we can't do it, then we can't do it, but that's where my head was at.
Well, you could do it, but then the risk is that they continue their dumpster storage on this piece. And then they have multifamily housing, and then we're gonna have a compatibility problem.
Sure.
Still could do Avalon and then we're done. I mean, Amazon.
So the red line on Harvey is what's been analyzed to date. The side with the star on it has already been analyzed. The side without the star has not.
You know, I just put the line roughly at the halfway point. So there's 5 acres that were analyzed.
Okay. But you don't know which side it's on?
We had talked about this side.
Okay. So, I mean, would the Main Street side of Harvey work with the town hall and Center Drive and the candle place?
Oh, the candle over on Whitney Street.
Oh, sorry. What Center Drive? Is that just regular houses?
That's the
Where-
stadium.
Townhouses. You're talking about the candle.
Oh, sorry. You mentioned, Lori, 56 Hudson and then like some little development. What was that? You said Town Hall, Center Drive, 56 Hudson, and
Oh, okay. Oh, this one right here. There's a little townhouse development just to
Okay.
the north of Center
Townhouse.
Drive.
okay. So if we could we do the Main Street side of Harvey in that side pocket there and reach what we needed or no?
Yeah. I
Let's
mean,
see.
you could even go all the way over to Blake Street.
I mean, I'm concerned that we won't actually get any development out of that scenario.
Okay, you think it's more likely on the flip side with Hudson Street?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you know, the property owner at least was interested enough that he was willing to pay a consultant to come up with a concept. So I think, you know, I don't know what his timing would be. It may not be anywhere in the near future. It might be 5 years down the line or whatever. But I think eventually he'd be interested in doing something I think probably not at 56 Hudson. You know, he's already investing quite a bit of money at 56 Hudson, so I think that'll probably stay the same as an industrial use. But at least, you know, even if you wanted to include just a portion of this piece, like Bill had mentioned, so it could be a portion of this piece here, like maybe 4 acres. Then include a portion of the Harvey piece, you know, maybe 4 acres, and then forget about Center Drive and the town hall.
This would be a no for me because that's 60 and 60. Like that's 120 units possible.
But you know, 56 Hudson isn't going to be anything.
Right, I didn't include that.
So you've got like 4 acres here, and then you got like 4 acres here.
They only needed like 3.5 on their drawing to do their full 90. With 4, we would give them 60. But 60 is a lot of units. Like you said in Millbury, 45 units was what was built. I mean, I'd like to keep ours at 45.
Yeah, but that was a perfectly flat meadow. You know, it used to be the railroad station. So that is not what we have here. This is not easily developable land.
But it's impossible to tell. Like, can you actually do an analysis of how many units they could get on that 5 acres with what we have? To a T, where they couldn't go any further. Like,
not without a survey of land.
Right.
You know, that's not what I do. I'm not,
right.
not an engineer. I'm not a surveyor. I don't design development projects. And
So
of course, you know, I don't have access to this parcel. So, I mean, you could look at the GIS, which shows all of the limitations. And just, you know, I can pull up the GIS if you'd like.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying that it's a guess. Like we can say, oh, they're not going to do this or they're going to do that, but it's really a guess until they survey it and come back for any site that we're looking at. So if we do 4 acres on each, we could have 60 units on each. And I think that's too much, in my opinion.
Yeah, we got to get this past the town meeting too. I think we got to like take the baby step of baby steps on this because this will go down in flames. Once you start hearing those numbers, which we'll hear, I just think
Even
it's
the
gonna
ZBA said take it slow. That's what I heard, at least.
I'd rather like come out with something we think could pass and then add to it as people get okay with the idea of it, then come out too strong where it's never going to pass. And then we're going to be back to the drawing board.
Mm-hmm.
I think
So
if
Amy-
people, oh, go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, so Amy, do you think B will pass? Do you think 5 acres at Harvey, with the assumption that they're going to develop that, is going to pass?
Maybe.
That's not an answer.
The only reason why I'm saying maybe, because I'm thinking of myself. I mean, when I joined the planning board, as I've said a million times, people were against duplexes. So even 5 acres of Harvey has a possibility of 75 units. I mean, as an individual with my own self, I would vote no.
Well, I think people may be happy to get rid of the dumpsters.
Right. I would think hearing 40, 45 units would be more palatable to people than 75 to 100. And I'm just talking from me and my friends and people I talk to, like, and I don't know, like, I think people could handle that amount. When you're getting up to 75, 100 units, that's a lot. Like the School Street condos, I looked them up the other day. I think there might be 50 or 60 of them. And that's a pretty big project. So this would be bigger than that.
Yeah, but this is my point, right? If you're not going to vote for it, then why are we even talking about it?
Well, I'm not everybody, so I would vote for
No,
3
but
because that gets you 45. 3 acres of Harvey. But I'm not everybody, so maybe, I don't know.
Well, we probably need 10 acres. So, you know,
10 acres
I
of
suppose at
Harvey.
this point, we just need to go forward with something, you know?
right.
All right,
What
well,
would
I'm
you
a
guys
B.
vote?
I'm still a B. Anthony,
I'm a
what are your
B.
thoughts?
I'm a B.
Bill, your thoughts?
Let's go with B.
Amy, your thoughts?
Yep.
Okay, B it is.
And then if we, well, this will be interesting to see what happens at town meeting for sure, but,
Right.
so we
What
first
do you
need the
think?
analysis. Okay, Amy.
What do you think would happen at town meeting, Carrie? Like, what are your thinking? That it would pass, it wouldn't pass, and why?
I do not know.
Right? You think it's too much, too little? No idea.
Well, I would think that 750 units is what the state wants, and this will provide us with like maybe 100. You know, it's far less than what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
I don't know
But
how
there
many
is,
rooms the O'Connell Lodge has. Do you know, Bob? How many rooms does the O'Connell Lodge have?
I think they have 68.
Okay, so those are all, of course, studios. So I would imagine those would be converted into probably a combination of 1 bedrooms, studios, and maybe 2 bedrooms.
Yeah, when they did the sprinkler alarm system, they actually added. They took some of the rooms out and they made some of the rooms handicapped accessible.
Okay.
So they've already had a slight reduction in the overall number of rooms to account for AAB requirements when they did the sprinkler system. So I don't know what they would turn it into, whether it's studios or 1 bedrooms or how they would reconfigure the space. The thing to remember is they are on a private septic system. And that system also serves JJ's, which has been closed since 2017. And there's been really no activity in terms of people coming to me to see what can be done to reopen JJ's. So, while the acreage is there, for somebody to go in and actually redevelop that, it's going to be a pretty tough call. Yeah.
okay, well, we at least know what to analyze next, so that's solved. And then we just have to talk about Mark's candidacy. So Bill, it sounds like you have worked with Mark and you spoke highly. Anything else you'd add there? You have good experience with him on the traffic committee?
No, yeah, he was really good and really helpful on the traffic committee. So I would have no problem voting yes for him.
Other thoughts?
Seems like a natural fit for me.
I liked his idea, but I don't know how it would work. The report card seems pretty interesting. I would be interested to see how that would play out, but it's cool to come with good new ideas.
right?
I like that he had spent time watching meetings. I like that he wasn't just coming like he wanted to change things up and didn't really have any context of like what he'd actually seen and witnessed and thought through things and participated in things. So I always think that's where we all came from, really, watching it, being a part of it, and wanting to do something. So I liked that. I'm trying to find his application now. I don't think he's held a town off. Is he officially on your committee, Bill?
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
he's not on. No, he's not on he was on the committee to find a committee on the feasibility study of a traffic safety committee, but he's not on the actual committee.
Okay. The committee to find a committee. You can't make that
Yeah,
up.
the committee to find a committee. That's how politics works.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Any other? So I think that was good. I think Civil engineering was his background in terms of applicable experience. Was that what his was? Let's see here.
It's mechanical engineering.
Mechanical. Okay. Project management.
I think he said he had done design work too.
Okay. I mean, I thought, Amy, did you have, you're the design chair. Did you have any comments specifically or concerns or feedback?
No, I'm seeing some of the things he's brought forth, and I think they're interesting ideas and always looking for something new.
Do you have 2 vacancies right now or 1?
We do. 2, and we're looking for an architect still.
Okay. All right, well then is there a motion to appoint Mark McMenemy to the open resident at large spot on the design review committee?
So moved.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Carries an aye. What's the next step, Lori? Would Amy reach out to him or does Andy reach out? Does he have to do anything at town hall?
Yeah, so we'll reach out to him tomorrow. We'll let him know. Then he'll have to go to the town clerk's office and be sworn in.
Okay. And then hopefully he can do that by Thursday or at minimum at least sit in on Thursday if he can't vote yet.
Yep.
Okay, let's see, we did our minutes, no A&Rs, lot releases or bonds.
Nothing.
Okay, next planning board meeting is a public hearing on February 20th. Or was then the one after that's March 19th, okay. And MPIC on February 15th. Anything at the next CBA meeting, end of February?
No, so the only thing we have is the Tradabi. So it was supposed to be at our meeting at the end of January, but they submitted a letter asking for an extension. So they continued the public hearing without testimony. So we'll expect the public hearing to start at our next meeting. And I did also want to give you the heads up that we have a roadway that's interested in going forward for public acceptance. That is, oh my gosh, Harrison, is that right? It's late at night and I'm running a blank. So even though I spent quite a bit of time, it's Clark-Woods. It's the Clark-Woods subdivision.
I think that's Harrison or Harrington.
Harrington, thank you.
Yeah.
Harrington Lane, thank you.
I mean, the houses have been built for 2.5 years.
Yeah, so there's just it's a tiny subdivision. It just has 3 homes on it. And Fred has been doing the inspections and they are ready. We are awaiting the final version of the as-built plan. So I received the information from the lawyer's office. So we have tentatively asked the select board to schedule the public hearing to consider the layout at their meeting on March 11th. So at the next meeting, I will be asking you for a recommendation. So as part of the public acceptance process, planning board provides a recommendation to the select board regarding the layout.
Great. Okay.
I had a quick question, not to drag you guys back into the bylaws, but I know for the sign bylaw, that sentence that Fran brought up that causes heartache, and I think Bill had brought it up at a previous meeting. I wouldn't mind if that came off in the no use variance part. I'm not opposed to that coming off too. Anything that causes heartache, I don't, the sign bylaw is always, it always has a hard time at town meeting. So if there are a couple pieces that come off that make it easier, I wouldn't mind even having it come off before the public hearing, because I don't want to have to go through it again if we have to go through it at every meeting,
Well, the use variances sounds like a no-brainer. Any board member care about removing that?
From the board, from the sign bylaw, right?
Yeah. The other thing was you talking about the windows?
Yeah, there was a sentence I forgot that Fran was talking about
Oh, that was about a reword, like trying to finesse the wording on that one.
No, I was gonna take it off altogether. I was trying to reword it so it made more sense. It said the same thing that was there already, but if it causes heartache, then just take it off.
Wait, there was a sentence that was about, that just needed to add like, and site plan to make it a little smoother.
Oh, that was under design review.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
but
one
we-
that Amy's talking about is that D1. Signs shall not display brand names, symbols, or
Okay.
slogans of nationally, that one.
Oh, you're talking about that, Aim, take out this
Yeah,
one.
I
Okay.
wouldn't mind taking that off because I don't want to have to talk
Right.
about it at the public hearing.
Board
And
members' thoughts on that?
anything that makes it smoother.
Yeah, the least, this is a big, trying to do a lot at once, and whatever makes it go smoother, I think will help.
And Lori, I think you were gonna rewrite the design review one.
Yes, it was.
And
Yep.
so we'll do that too, like before the public hearing.
Anthony, your thoughts on the window? You're okay with that one?
Yeah, what I mean, whatever you want to change, but I don't have a lot of thoughts on it.
All right. Okay. All right, well then, if there's no further business, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second,
Second,
all in favor of Bill?
aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
It carries an aye. Thanks for hanging in. Have a great night.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
All right.